From garment studios to designers and models, Africa's fashion and creative industries represent a significant source of jobs, economic opportunities, and cultural identity for a growing generation. As these industries grow, Africa needs to address the issues of investment, quality standards, and policies that allow creatives to scale and trade within and beyond the country. If Africa is truly serious about jobs, dignity, and economic transformation, the creative economy has to be treated as a core source of employment and not a peripheral industry. From garment studios to designers and models, Africa's fashion and creative industries represent a significant
Mic test 1, 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Testing 1. Yeah, it's clear.
The creative economy has to be treated as a core source of employment and not a peripheral industry. From garment studios to designers and models, Africa's fashion and creative industries represent a significant source of jobs, economic opportunities, and cultural identity for a growing generation. As these industries grow, Africa needs to address the issues of investment, quality standards, and policies that allow creatives to scale and trade within and beyond the continent. If Africa is truly serious about jobs, dignity, and economic transformation, the creative economy has to be treated as a core source of employment and not a peripheral industry. From garment studios to designers and models, Africa's fashion and creative industries represent a significant source of jobs, economic opportunities, and cultural identity for a growing generation. As these industries grow, Africa needs to address the issues of investment, quality standards, and policies that allow creatives to scale and trade within and beyond the continent. If Africa is truly serious about jobs, dignity, and economic transformation, the creative economy has to be treated as a core source of employment and not a peripheral industry. From garment studios to designers and models, Africa's fashion and creative industries represent a significant source of jobs, economic opportunities, and cultural identity for a growing generation. As these industries grow, Africa needs to address the issues of investment, quality standards, and policies that allow creatives to scale and trade within and beyond the country. If Africa is truly serious about jobs, dignity, and economic transformation, the creative economy has to be treated as a core source of employment and not a peripheral industry. From garment studios to designers and models, Africa's fashion and creative industries represent a significant source of jobs, economic opportunities, and cultural identity for a growing generation. As these industries grow, Africa needs to address the issues of investment, quality standards, and policies that allow creatives to scale and trade within and beyond the country. If Africa is truly serious about jobs, dignity, and economic transformation, the creative economy has to be treated as a core source of employment and not a peripheral industry. From garment studios to designers and models, Africa's fashion and creative industries represent a significant source of jobs, economic opportunities, and cultural identity for a growing generation. As these industries grow, Africa needs to address the issues of investment, quality standards, and policies that allow creatives to scale and trade within and beyond the country. If Africa is truly serious about jobs, dignity, and economic transformation, the creative economy has to be treated as a core source of employment and not a peripheral industry.
if there's any problems.
This is okay.
Well, good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to day 2 of the Africa Business Forum 2026. I'm still your traffic warden. Mark Edo, so I'm back again for the second day. Actually, this is history, because this is the second day in the entire history of the 9-year history of the Africa Business Forum 2026. I call that progress and expansion, so I think we deserve a round of applause for day 2, the first ever day 2 we've ever had. Now we have simultaneous interpretation in English and French, and what a day yesterday was. We saw how youth enterprise, presidential leadership, and innovative finance can come together to create jobs at scale. We also saw the introduction of our Jobs Wall of Commitment, one of the flagship delivery mechanisms of this forum, and that's where companies can pledge specific capital, and we can track that capital as it's mobilized, or jobs that they commit to create, or enterprises that they commit to support. So for those of you who represent organizations in this room today, that of course Jobs Wall of Commitments is your Jobs Wall of Commitments, so please make your commitments to the Jobs Wall, and you can do that very easily. You could also talk to any of my colleagues here at ECA, and they will guide you as to how you can be involved in this very important new initiative that is quite transformational. Yes, yesterday was quite a day, and we had a few cameramen running around, and they threw together a little video, I believe, and my colleagues up there in technical, could you roll it? Roll the film. Thank you.
Every year, millions of young Africans enter the labor market. If they find productive employment, Africa becomes the growth frontier of the century. So this is not merely an African development issue. It is a global economic stability issue. That is why this forum is designed as a delivery platform to connect investors to ABF projects and track commitments through implementation mechanisms.
This forum is not about abstract growth or targets or listed as migration. It's about jobs, it is about productive opportunity for Africa, and it is about whether Africa's extraordinary demographic and creative population trends and intervention energy can be translated deliberately and scaled into a shared prosperity for the continent.
Africa's greatest asset is not only what is under the soil, it is who is above it. Our people, our youth, the talent we build. To ponder our discussions and solutions, we must ask ourselves powerful questions that will lead to change and outcomes that we seek. Our Agenda 2063 designates young people are the primary drivers of Africa's renaissance. In this age of remarkable dynamism, transformation cannot remain an abstract idea or a false promise. It must be visible in factors that are firms that add value, digital platforms that reach market, and creative industry that turn talent into human capital.
Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, His Excellency Claver Gatete, Minister of Gender, Children and Social Welfare of the Gambia, Her Excellency Fatou S. Kinte, Minister of Knowledge, Economy, Startups and Micro-Enterprises of Algeria, His Excellency Nuruddin Auda, Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations Global Compact, Ms. Sanda Ojambo, UN Assistant Secretary General and Director of the UNDP Regional Bureau for Africa, Ms. Ahuna Eziakonwa, Chief Executive Officer of Mo Ibrahim Foundation, Ms. Natalie De La Palme, the co-founder and CEO of CBE Capital Investment Bank and global chairman of Fairfax Africa Fund, and arguably one of the best known businessmen to come out of this great nation of Ethiopia, Mr. Zemenede, or Zem Negatu as we call him, is here with us. And also I might like to mention Ms. Kendra Gaither is also here with us. She's from the US Africa Business Center at the US Chamber of Commerce. I know you're here wearing your beautiful multicolored, technicolored coat there. You're so welcome. We have so many ministers here, so many heads of delegations, ambassadors, private sector leaders, entrepreneurs, innovators, creators. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of ABF 2026. This year, the theme of the conference is Financing Africa's Futures, Jobs and Innovation for Sustainable Transformation. So you saw how great yesterday was. Today, it might well be even greater and certainly more colorful, because today we turn that same focus towards the creative and innovation economies: film, fashion, agribusiness, industry, tech, digital, and health tech, where millions of young Africans already hard at work shaping the continent's future. With that energy from day one fresh in our minds, let us begin by inviting our principal here at the ECA to give the Day 2 opening remarks. Please welcome the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, His Excellency Claver Gatete.
Good morning, everyone. Let me start by thanking all of you for really the good work that was done yesterday. I'm sorry that I had to go to the African Union, where I spent the whole afternoon, and in the evening also in other sessions, but really very much appreciate your attendance. We are here trying to find solutions to the problems we are facing. And from a macroeconomic level, the situation is not good. The situation is not good because the global financial architecture is now changing. The old model of aid, grants, is now no longer works for us on the African continent. And that's why we are seeing the high indebtedness that is affecting the whole macroeconomic situation of almost every country, where you have to pay a significant amount of debt in foreign currency, and at the same time, you have not much left for you to cater for the rest. And it causes a lot of macroeconomic imbalances. We are seeing that the countries don't have any other alternatives. I used to depend on aid. The aid has declined significantly, and that one is no longer on the table. The concessional resources of the World Bank, in terms of IDA, Africa Development Bank, and others, is no longer sufficient because countries have grown and they need much more. And at the same time, the countries have to grow. And with this current situation, where the trade system is no longer free, it makes even the situation more complicated. So this is compounded by the climate change that is affecting everyone, but on our own continent, it is costing us 5% of GDP. And it has consistently been costing a country like Mozambique more than 15% of their economy every day. No matter how many funds are developed, it is more than 15%, which is something that is very serious. And now the burden is no longer on governments alone. They don't have the fiscal space to deal with all the issues that we are seeing because they are there. And that's why we need private sector. We need philanthropy. We need to organize ourselves. We need coordination. And I think that's why we are here. We have a market the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We started from our own regions, having an economic community in each of the regions. There are 8 of them on the African continent, and now we are moving to one market, learning from the experience of what we learned from each of the regional economic community, so that we can see how to trade among ourselves. For a long time, the trade has been around 14 to 15% trading among ourselves on the continent. And now it has been going up to 17% now. We need to bring it up to the highest level. We've had a situation where domestic resources, in terms of taxation, because somehow the money we are getting from outside was cheap or it was grant, there was no incentive for us to be able to mobilize our own domestic resources. That's why we remain at 16% tax to GDP ratio on average on the continent. If you compare to Europe, European Union, they are 34% tax to GDP ratio. You can see the difference. And now we are wondering, what do we need to do? And that's the work that we are doing as UN, as ECA, and together with others, trying to say, well, let's fix this issue. Let's train the tax collectors. Let's provide the infrastructure that they need. Let's digitize the whole system so that people can be able to pay the taxes the way they are supposed to pay. Let's also look at the incentives in the investment code that they give, whether actually they are getting the return on those investments. And again, more people are informal. How do we formalize them? How do we bring the informal sector to the formal sector? And for a long time, most countries that have developed, I don't know any single one that will develop without a capital market. But in most of our countries, there is either a capital market that is not efficient, with not much products that you can trade on, and that's where private sector go to raise resources so that they can be able to invest. And because of our ratings that we have, the poor ratings, the cost in the banking system is quite high. And one of the issues that we are working on now is for credibility, but also to attract investment, is how to address this issue of credit rating. Building a capital market that is big, that is credible, but also the credit rating. It's really not acceptable that at this day and age, after over 60 years of independence of some of our countries, that we only have 3 investment-grade countries. We have Morocco, which came last year. We have Botswana. We have Mauritius. And now we are looking at what do we do with 19 countries that have never been rated since independence. It is very serious, because if you have to go to alternative market, they look at your reputation. They look at the credit rating. And that's what is giving us another, in as much as there is perception about Africa, and just to show you that is a perception, a country like Guinea was rated for the first time last year, and it got a B+. So that shows you that actually there is potential that we have. But we are now working to see how to support the countries, all of them to get rated with no exception. There is work that we are doing supporting member countries. But in terms of the investment, in terms of adding value to our products, industrialization, we've talked about it for ages. But this time, we need to scale up. We have the resources. We say we have, we're always proud to say that in terms of solar, we have the potential. We have the largest in the whole world. We talk about critical minerals. We talk about the land for agriculture. But then, how come that we are now importing still 110 billion of food on the continent? 110 billion. And that's why we are saying we need to add value. The regional value chains that have been identified, 94 of them, we are now following them critically to see how we can build those ones into the industries. Go from the raw materials, establish a special economic zone, attract industries, do the de-risking, and then be able to attract companies to add value so that everything is made in Africa. As we work to make sure that we can standardize the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, but also we should be starting to build industries. Nobody is going to do that except private sector. And at the same time, we all need to join hands together. We need to see the success stories that have happened. We need to see the involvement of the philanthropy. I've had a taste of philanthropy, which I was really surprised when I was finance minister. In Rwanda, we had Howard Buffett, who came in, liked agriculture. He pledged 500 million, and then he established the whole irrigation system, pivotal irrigation, and also the solar. I attracted him, he had to build roads that are linking that. He established the center. He did so much. And then I was comparing how much am I getting from World Bank, how much am I getting from ADB, how much am I getting from other institutions, compared to the free money that he was giving, that is practical, that is going directly to the people. This is the power, as one example, of what philanthropy is able to do. And we have so many here in the room, and I think they are not talking too much like others, but their impact is so heavy and is impacting across the board. And that's why we should not just sometimes get excited about some of the traditional ones, but now the new dynamic is changing. We need philanthropy, we need the private sector, we need companies, we need to work together. And that's why we are here to find solutions for our continent. That's why, for me, I'm excited, and that's why I was really disappointed that yesterday I could not be here the whole day. But I very much appreciate what you are doing, and this is a job that we are going to continue moving forward, and we are going to add more value by adding research. That's why in June, we are now going to have the Africa Development Impact Forum that is going now this time. Everything that we do is based on research up to to make sure that it can accompany the good work that we are doing in terms of investment. So without saying much, really, I wanted just to thank you very much for attendance, but also saying that we are going to be together moving forward in terms of trying to find a solution for Africa's development. Thank you so much.
Thank you, E.S. Gatete, for getting us started there. Now, we're going straight into our first round table of the day. Now, I should mention, actually, yesterday I saw that there was a hack when I sat down over there. There was one or two of the panelists I couldn't hear very well. So if you use those interpretation headsets and put it on the language, it amplifies the sound a little bit. So for anybody that can't hear, they double up as amplifiers. Speaking of amplifying the call, we're amplifying the call for creating jobs at scale in our first panel. The title or theme is Aligning Philanthropy, Enterprise Growth and Market Expansion in Africa. And to set the scene, we want to take you into a manufacturing innovator right here in Ethiopia and show you what happens when local talent, value addition, and patient support come together. Now, the film keeps us right here, as I said, in Ethiopia, with a company called Cabana Leather. It's a company that is transforming locally sourced materials into premium leather products. And it's also creating dignified jobs, especially for women and young people. So let's take a look at the video.
Salam, my name is Samhan Bush. I'm the founder and CEO of Cabana Leather. Cabana Leather is a manufacturing company. It was founded in 2017 here in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, with a vision of creating employment opportunity throughout the value chain for women. Our mission, the most important thing, is creating employment opportunity for women, which is why we make it a policy to hire women above 80%. Especially we focus on the women who are coming from underprivileged community, from refugee centers, migration centers, at the same time shelters. We especially focus on trainings for single mothers who are coming from different backgrounds from our community. We'll be happy to meet you on our journey into the international market with our beautiful handmade products.
There you have it. A round of applause, please. It's a great story, isn't it? It shows how African brands and agribusinesses, backed by the right support, can scale from very early stage ventures into competitive job-creating firms. But most importantly, they can give a conduit and opportunities for many people who otherwise wouldn't have them. So it's a great story there to get us started. And before we get us started, as I said, our hall was filled with an eclectic mix array of policymakers, private sector leaders. Even the president of Ethiopia was here, and today's no exception. And as people come in, I'll just recognize them. The Deputy Minister of Community Development, Gender, Women, and Special Groups from Tanzania has joined us. Her Excellency Mary Priska Mehundi is joining us. Welcome. Now, this roundtable looks at how African enterprises can grow from early stage ventures into competitive job creating firms. But it also looks at how philanthropy, foundations, and other catalytic capital can help make that happen by backing entrepreneurship, by backing skills and innovation and market access, and de-risking growth and pulling in commercial finance. So, this session will be moderated by the Head of Partnerships and Resource Mobilization here at the ECA. Please give a warm round of applause for your first moderator of Day 2, Ms. Yuko Naba.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests and colleagues. Welcome to the Roundtable 1 of the African Business Forum. At this year's ABF, we focus on one of Africa's most urgent priorities, creating jobs at scale. 12 million African youth entering the labor market each year, and only 3 million new formal jobs are available. That gap is a challenge, but even more, it's an extraordinary opportunity for innovation, investment, and partnership. Entrepreneurship, especially led by youth and women, is vibrant across the continent, but too often the ideas hit barriers: finance, skills, markets, and infrastructure. That's why this morning, we are bringing together philanthropy, the private sector, policymakers, and game-changing entrepreneurs to unlock the enterprise growth at scale. Our powerhouse panel brings expertise from government, global sustainability, philanthropy, and cutting-edge African businesses. Together, we are going to explore what works, what's scale, and what's next. So it is my pleasure to welcome all women panel in this morning. So let me start by welcoming Her Excellency Fatou Kinte, Minister of Gender, Children's and Social Welfare of the Gambia. Please join us on the stage. With more than 30 years of experience, she's a leading voice on women's rights and social protection. Our next panelist is Ms. Sanda Ajembo, Assistant Secretary General and the CEO of the United Nations Global Compact. Please join us. With over 20 years of experience across development, the UN systems, and private sector, she heads the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative, working with over 20,000 companies globally. We are now also joined by Ms. Hannah Zadik, Country Director for Kenya at the Mastercard Foundation. Please join us here. She has worked extensively on youth empowerment, inclusive governance, and peace building, but today she leads major initiatives creating opportunity for young women and men in Kenya. Our fourth panelist is Ms. Natalie De La Palme, Chief Executive Officer of the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, where she advanced governance and leadership across, drawing on an extensive career in public finance and international affairs. Join us from Ethiopia is Samelgas. You have seen her in the video. She's the founder and CEO of Cabana Leather. As an architect turned entrepreneur transforming creative manufacturing in Ethiopia, she has built one of Ethiopia's leading leather goods enterprises, creating dignified jobs, where championing locally sourced materials and sustainable growth. Our final panelist is Ms. Diana Olembe. Please join us on the stage. She's the co-founder and CEO of NetFed in Tanzania. She's an award-winning biotech innovator reshaping sustainable agriculture. So let us begin our sessions, and I would first like to invite each of you to share a brief 1-minute opening reflections. So let me start with Her Excellency, Ms. Excellency Kinte, Minister of Gender. Can you give us an opening perspective in terms of what you expect in this discussion today?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, standing on all protocols. This discussion is a sharing of experiences where we are ready to share what we are doing, what we have achieved, and what are the challenges and the way forward. This way, we can learn from each other and also see how we can partner and network. When you talk about jobs for women and young people, it's critical for national development. After all, women and young people form the majority of our country's populations. And then they are very much at the informal sector. And when you talk about unemployment, they are the majority. When you talk about poverty also, they are the majority. For women, they are the majority SMEs. They are the majority in the informal sector. But then access to finance is a major problem. And the same goes for the young people. In our countries, we have recognized this, and we made sure that in our policies and our programs, we come up with strategies, policies to address these issues. Because after all, the economic development, if women and young people are left behind. This is the reason why in our countries, in our national development plans, in our national policies and strategies, we make sure we have objectives and goals targeting women and young people. When you talk about finance, they are critical. When you talk about skills, they are also very critical. Coming to the Gambia, for example, in addressing issues of access to finance for women, we have come up with the Women Enterprise Fund. Our reason being, women form the majority of the small and micro entrepreneurs in the informal sector. One of their challenges is access to finance. Yes, we have the commercial banks. We give out loans, but you all know banks ask for collateral. How many women have collateral? Very few or none. And then the interest rates are very high. By the time you finish paying the loan, you are poorer than where you were before. As a result, the government of Gambia has come up with the Women Enterprise Fund, fully funded by the government itself financially. And it came to a legal framework in 1980. And we used group lending to reach out to the women. And we implemented for 3 years before UNDP and UNCDF came to support the training of women in entrepreneurship and financial literacy. Before all of that was being done by the government. And as we are speaking, we have reached out to over 800 groups of women from October 2020 to date. And we have disbursed over 80 million Gambian dollars to these women. And we have reached out to over 80,000 women across the country. And what we are seeing now is that some of the women are graduating from the groups and working on their own. This is a great achievement. It shows that there's employment being created. Because when they work on their own, they are not only employed, but again, they employ more hands to support. And these women are into agriculture, poultry farming, petty business, and also in big trade. Now we are seeing some of them exporting their goods to other countries. The next thing we did was to develop a financial app and train them on the use of the app and to scale up. That's important because with the app, they're able to network amongst themselves at country level. Not only that, but they're also networking with partners outside the country and trying to learn from each other and then make sure that they improve on the work that they are doing. It is a flagship project for the government of Gambia. And the intention is to one day come up with a women's bank, a bank for women, where women can walk into the bank, apply for a loan, use the money efficiently, and then pay back. One important thing we are also doing with the women, we have not left them alone. We are mentoring them and coaching them. And before the loan is given, they are trained in entrepreneurship and financial literacy. I think that's an innovative way of providing finance to women who are in the informal sector and have little or no access to microfinance to expand their businesses. And in the same vein, we also have the Youth Enterprise Fund, where women are given, but in that one, it is a grant and part loan to the young people. They are also trained, but then this is given to individual young people, and they run their enterprises and pay back the portion of the loan. But again, they also are trained in entrepreneurship and financial literacy, and they are being coached and mentored. In the second phase of the Women Enterprise Fund, we want to start training the women in livelihood skills of their own, because that will also pay dividends. When you combine financial literacy and entrepreneurship training, the sky becomes the limit for women at the informal sector. Today we are seeing these women being very assertive. They can stand on platforms and speak for themselves. It shows how financial literacy and economic empowerment can do for women. We are very much aware that when women are empowered economically, they are also empowered, independently empowered. And economic empowerment constitutes social empowerment and political empowerment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now, let me turn to Ms. Ojambo. From your perspective, how can large corporations partner with philanthropy and the small medium enterprise to de-risk and scale African enterprises?
Thank you. Thank you, Yuko, Madam Moderator, And let me just say, it's great to be on this all-female panel and really interact with the women here and on the panel as well. Let me also just first really congratulate Executive Secretary Gatete for convening, I think, an excellent Africa Business Forum. You know, at this time, it truly is Africa's moment. I know you've been such a strong advocate of the need to bring together government, private sector, philanthropy, and civil society, and it's an honor to be here in your offices having this important dialogue. I just wanted to share one quick reflection before I get to your question, Yuko, which is the theme of this conference, financing the future. Executive Director and all those present, I think it is also imperative for us to really define what Africa's future is. Because I think one of the key questions that I have heard being debated very often is, what does that future look like? And you know, as part of UN Global Compact, we run an initiative, the Global Africa Business Initiative, Unstoppable Africa. I know a number of you may have attended our convenings. And you know, for us, it's very clear that whatever Africa's future is, it has to be from a private sector perspective about doing business with Africa, not doing business in Africa. And really that does call for African leaders, political, business, civil society, philanthropy, and other, to be at the table as active participants, shaping decisions, shaping investments, shaping how our resources are allocated, deployed, used, how value is added. E.S. Gatete spoke to that, the extensive work that's happening in value addition on the continent. So as we think of Africa's future, let us really not just only think, but be at the table. It truly is the moment for the continent and our real active engagement. So when it comes to your question, Yuko, about de-risking and what that might look like, I think it's really, again, important to say, you know, de-risking has to be done, and I think some of the first movers here do need to be African capital and those who are able to put down and demonstrate the tremendous liquidity, de-risking liquidity that we have on the continent. You know, one of my first engagements here in Addis was joining the AMFI, the Association of African Multilateral Development Banks, and their launch of a de-risking facility along with ALDA NEPAD. And it was incredible to hear, again, some of the statistics that don't often come to the table, the amount of capital that exists in African pension funds. But the fact that we missed the opportunity of leveraging that immense amount of capital to invest in infrastructure projects, energy projects that could truly advance our economic growth as well as provide that de-risking first capital. So again, just, you know, for those who are holders of capital that, you know, and not to say, you know, government bonds and treasury bonds do not yield what we need in terms of returns, but there's a huge investment opportunity to put capital where we can really look at transforming the economy. So my first, you know, call to action would be how we can then look at pension funds as truly one of the first movers around de-risking. You know, other than that, and I know we have friends in philanthropy here, both Hannah and Natalie, who are great partners. They do an incredible job at putting down, you know, first mover capital that helps de-risk along a wide range of areas. It's really great to see that continued investment. But I think the fundamental around de-risking, and again, Executive Secretary spoke to this in his opening comments, is the importance of actually working on changing the perceptions of Africa. And again, forums like this are so important to demonstrate that there's African capital, there's African projects, there's African leadership. You know, we may not be able to fundamentally change the way ratings agencies work. I spent a lot of time discussing with Standard & Poor's and Moody's about what they do. My one call to action would be there's a huge opportunity to change the data and how we govern data that is used to develop these credit rating agencies. I know that many of us come from countries where, and I'm one of them too, where our national bureaus of statistics could use with a huge investment in digitization and data governance. Let's create our own narrative around the robustness of our economies, use digital information to be able to analyze, show trends, demonstrate that these are not just anecdotal stories that Africa is investable, but really put the information behind that. To conclude, we know that about 10 out of 20 or 9 out of 20 of the fastest growing economies are on our continent. Let's continue to demonstrate that it is investable and de-risk with our own capital where we can, but certainly also leverage the immense amount of capital that's available globally. Thank you, Yuko. Thank you.
Thank you very much for outlining that there's a significant, opportunities, and then also the critical, the role of the pension funds and financing African financial capital to really coming and make those youth and the women-led enterprise to grow. I would like now to ask Ms. Hannah Tzadik. You lead major initiatives creating opportunity for young women and men with the Mastercard Foundation. So how is the Mastercard Foundation working with the enterprises and partners to ensure quality and long-term youth employment?
Okay, thank you so much, Yuko, for that question. And Executive Secretary, thank you so much for the invitation as well, and congratulations on such an amazing forum. It's really great to see so many different players in the same room, because we know that government enables, businesses scale, philanthropy catalyzes, and young people are on the center stage. They're the ones who are going to define for us Africa's growth story. So just a big, big congratulations for this space, and we're very happy to be here as the Mastercard Foundation. And your question is very apt in terms of the question around the quality of work, because Africa certainly needs more opportunities, but also better quality opportunities. And that is why at the Mastercard Foundation, we've made it our single mission to work on something we call dignified and fulfilling work. And together with partners, I see many of you in the room actually, including on the stage, we've joined hands to enable 30 million young Africans to access dignified and fulfilling work by 2030, especially focusing on those who are the furthest behind from opportunity. And I think what's really, really clear here is that we need to better measure what we mean when we say quality. What does dignified and fulfilling work mean in practice? And for us, we actually asked young people across the continent, and what they said was very consistent. They said 4 things. One was that they want reliable income. Not a lot of money, reliable income. Secondly, they said they wanted respect in the workplace, a sense of safety in the workplace. They said they wanted work that is reputable and reputable to them. And they said they want to work that it gives them a sense of purpose. So that really tells us that young people are telling us they want an opportunity to grow, and they want an opportunity to grow with dignity. So that has become our yardstick for quality at the foundation. So what does that look like in practice? There are 3 ways that we primarily work. So one is really aligning skills with the market and the market demand. We do a lot of training, skilling, and then sending young people into the world that doesn't have the opportunities. So really making sure that those skills are aligned to sectors that grow are really, really critical. A second area is around taking a holistic end-to-end approach when we think about dignified and fulfilling work. So it means pairing skilling with access to affordable finance, with markets, with coaching, with mentorship. A lot of young people are telling us that confidence building is so critical for the jobs agenda. Mental health is so critical for the jobs agenda. And often we forget that in all the technical conversations, that we're dealing with holistic human beings, right? So that element of not thinking about sort of a silver bullet solution is very, very critical, and thinking about the young person 360 degrees. And we're hearing so often from young people saying, so many of the interventions are touch and go. We don't get enough of the support where you actually walk the journey with us, hold our hands for a little bit longer until we get to the first step of that ladder towards opportunity. And the third element, which really comes to the point around sustainability, is investing in the institutions that sustain job quality, be that industry associations, employers, financial institutions. It is so, so critical, because they're the ones who will continue this agenda and making sure that dignified work is not the exception, but it's actually the norm in Africa. And I think that's the bar that we need to set for ourselves. And for the foundation, that institution building agenda is so critical. So we have set an internal target for ourselves of saying we want to work with 75% African-led organizations, so that even as we are working on the jobs agenda, we're making sure there are strong institutions that can continue to carry this into the future. I'll just give a brief example just to exemplify, if you allow me, Yoko. In Kenya, we have a partnership called the Jinue Growth Program. Jinue, Sanda, if I'm not wrong, means elevate. Jinue, elevate yourself. Yeah, so it's about young people doing it for themselves, but getting support in terms of tailored technical assistance, affordable capital, and it's focusing on young people who are in the micro-enterprise space. Not just micros, even nanos, the step even before, and making sure that we have solutions for them. Because normally banks have very nice solutions for big business, but less so for the vast, vast majority of youth-led ventures. So Jinue really focuses on that particular segment, and we've seen tremendous, tremendous impact. Over 300,000 young people have gotten improved work through this initiative. 90,000 businesses have gotten loans who have never gotten loans before. And over 250,000 businesses have gone training. And what we're seeing already is that 90% of those that we have tracked in terms of micro enterprises have had real enterprise growth. So they've gone from hustling, they've gone from just being survival mode to going into thriving ventures. Of course, there's a long journey still, but at least getting onto the path towards dignified and fulfilling work. And for me, Jinue and those kinds of programs really tell us that young people are actually already ready. It's the systems, it's the institutions who have to catch up. So I really hope that that's the call to action for all of us, that we catch up with Africa's youth. They're already on their way. Thank you.
Thank you so much for highlighting on the importance of a holistic approach, but also a long-term engagement to really take the journey together for a dignified and fulfilling job for youth. Thank you so much for that. Now I'd like to turn to Ms. Natalie, CEO of the Mo Ibrahim Foundation. You have been advancing the governance and the leadership across the Africa. So from that perspective, what are the most critical public sector actions that you think that are needed to create predictable environments for enterprise scale-up?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much first for the invitation, and congratulations indeed, Executive Secretary and team, to putting together all stakeholders around the table, because I think that given the sheer size of the challenge, we definitely need to join forces. I would say probably 6 points to answer your question. The first, prior one, is to ensure security and rule of law. When we are looking at our last Ibrahim Governance Index results, we see the very high correlation, probably the highest, between the results in security and rule of law performance and the results in Foundation for Sustainable Opportunity. This is true at continental average level, and it's true at country level. We have exactly had the same results when we were working the last year on our last 2025 Ibrahim Governance Weekend around the theme, Financing the Africa We Want. We all agreed that the end of aid is not the end of the world for Africa, because the continent has a huge potential indeed to leverage, as you have already said. That there will be no leveraging of this Africa potential as long as security and rule of law challenges are not being addressed. And when we are saying rule of law, when we are saying security, of course, it's the end of conflict. When we are talking about rule of law, it's stability of legal environment, including, for example, the tax environment. It's also reducing informal jobs. We all know that informality is the highest in Africa at global level. And it's, last but not least, I would say, facilitating what I call the first mile to get young people into jobs. This is really key, and this is probably the key responsibility of governments to begin with. The second point is definitely leaving behind the former development model that was focusing on exporting raw commodities unprocessed. We need to have local jobs, we need to raise the value chain, and I think that indeed, requirement for local content, local employment, local added values need to become a continental rule, as in Africa First. The third one is to ensure the employability of young people, and that means making sure that education and training public policies align with what the markets are looking for. The fourth one is strengthening infrastructure. When I'm talking about infrastructure, I would say the first one is ensuring access to reliable and affordable energy. We all know that 600 million people still lack access to energy in Africa. But at the Agro-industrial Foundation, we are struggling to find data when it comes to affordability and accessibility to energy for businesses. Most of them still rely on generators, and this is not acceptable. But I would say also, when we are talking about infrastructure, it's accelerating continental infrastructure. Without regional infrastructure ensuring swift movement of goods, there will be no unlocking of this potential. But we also need to work on suppression of tariffs, on suppression of norms, on suppression of customs that are impeding the swift transfer of goods, and I would say the unlocking also of employment possibilities for young people. And then we also need to work on the currency convertibility and on regional stock exchanges. The 5th point is unlock and redirect African capital. You talked, Sandra, about African pension funds, but I would add to this, working on illicit financial flows. Each year, illicit financial flows leaving African continent are more than ODA received. The current sovereign and pension funds, as we assessed in our last report, the current stock is almost $350 billion. Most of it is not invested in Africa. So we need to address this. And last but not least, when we are looking at African FDI in Africa, it's still very low. It's 14%, which is too low. I mean, Africans must invest in Africa through pension funds, through sovereign funds, through private sector investment. Last but not least, they need to look ahead and to plan for the future. We are talking about the future. The key point is looking at what AI impact is going to do on jobs. It's really something that needs to be addressed, as well as strengthening AI governance. All these are linked to leadership and governance challenges and assets, I would say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for highlighting on the critical roles the government has in enabling environment, conditions, policy, but also foresight policy, really looking at the role of the AI and the digitals to really make sure that those actually work for the youth and the women enterprises in the continent. So now I'd like to ask Ms. Amel Gash, the founder of Cabana Leather. The Cabana Leather, as you have seen in the video, shows how creative manufacturing can generate dignified jobs. And from your perspective and from your journey, what were key inflection points in that scaling journey that you have, amazingly sort of gone through?
Thank you, Yoko, for the question, and thank you for the invitation. And I'm very proud to be on the powerful panel, or women panel. Cabana was built on a powerful belief that creative manufacturing can create dignified, sustainable jobs. As you've seen on the video, it focuses on women and building a competitive African brand. And in saying that, on our journey, the first point on scaling was moving from an informal to an formal structured production. This was quite hard because when you're coming from a background that is not business, a background that is not a business family, you have to be able to read and analyze and try to find the tools in your environment to see how you can formalize the operation and create jobs and be able to focus while there's a lot of shaking in the world. And second was a skills transfer. We realized early that we have so much abundant talent within our community, but the technical and management needs to be built intentionally. In time, we also learned that we had to move from a wholesale or a production perspective to e-commerce, aligning with either AI trainings or other trainings that we need to do. And we also had to focus where we're doing skills transfer from or where. That was focusing on returnees that were on risk of migration. We had to partner with Mastercard Foundation when COVID hit, and we had to
be able to move the leather skills into textile in order to survive, in order to keep the jobs. So I'll say skills transfer was the second one. And third, which is also the theme here, is building an African brand and changing the narrative, being able to compete on international world with made in Ethiopia, made in Africa products. It's also owning the story and not others sell your story. Being able to surpass obstacles. We had conflict, we had financial bottlenecks, access to markets, and knowing that we're in a developing country, there's always a choice and option to migrate, but to be able to stay put and continue investing in an African brand. And the fourth was expansion into other African countries, starting with Rwanda. I'm very proud this last week we shipped our first shipment, huge shipment of 2,500 products with shoes and bags using the African Continental Free Trade Zone. It was a pilot project for us. We wanted to see what rectifying really meant for Ethiopia. It has landed. Let's see how it's going to be cleared. So this was also one of the scaling journeys for us. For me, it was very important to be focused and be intentional about how we create jobs, how we tell our stories. And that journey has brought me here on this platform. So thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing an extraordinary journey. And then also highlighting on the importance of really owning the narratives and being intentional about where you want to go and then making sure that the skills that are matched with the market. Now I'd like to ask Ms. Diana Orembo, the founder of NoFeed. You are a founder working at the intersection of innovations and enterprise growth. So from your perspective, what were some of the structural obstacles that you think young African farms face when they are trying to scale up?
Thank you so much for a nice question, and thank you so much for having me here. It's truly an honor to be here, and especially to be on the women panelists. And it's very tough also to speak after all the brilliant women have finished speaking. I don't know if I'll be able to find the right points, but my name is Diana, and I'm from Tanzania, and I'm the founder of NoFeed. This is a biotechnology startup company that was born specifically to help the farmers produce sustainably and affordably, and also to create employment opportunity for other youths along the value chain. We started this company back in 2020, and since then we started with building the science behind our project. So basically what NoFeed does, we take organic waste such as rotting vegetables and fruits from the marketplaces, and we use fermentation technology to upcycle this waste, use it as a media for growing microbial cells, which is used as an alternative protein for producing fish feed. We know the aquaculture is growing at a very good pace at the moment, providing more than half of the global seafood. But the biggest challenge that remains in the aquaculture is access, availability, and affordability of the feed. It's currently accounting for over 70% of the feed total production cost. And at the same time, most of the people who are involved in the fish farming are also doing the crop farming, but we also know for example, in Tanzania, more than 70% of our population, we have more than 65 million people, are directly involved in the agriculture sector. But agricultural inputs such as fertilizer still remain a bottleneck for us. So we decided also to innovate around the production of the organic fertilizer. But since we started in 2020, we are really grateful to God that we have been able to prove the concept, produce their product, sold our product to different farmers. And for example, in 2024, we closed with a revenue of more than $400,000 US, and we are also currently employing more than 20 people at our company.
We have a new big factory for fish feed that will be opening in the next 2 weeks. And with that, we're gonna add more than 10 additional jobs. And it has a capacity of producing more than 60,000 metric tons of the fish feed per annum. But our journey from research to where we are right now wasn't an easy journey. It has its own share of challenges. And one of the biggest challenges that we faced one of them was access to capital, especially for financing the research part. Most of the time, we talk about the financing to support the startups in the scalability, on scaling, but we are forgetting that most of these startups have to do the research, especially for the science-backed startup companies. You need to do a lot of trials and errors before coming with an MVP, or even doing the trials with the farmers to confirm the metrics and efficiency of your product on the field. But who is financing this research in the lab? Currently, most of the investors that are available are willing to fund you from seed capital to wherever, to Series A, Series B. But when you approach the investors, like, I have a very good project, it's idea on paper, it's science-based, I know we can produce these bacteria cells, we can use waste as a media, most of them won't believe you or trust that this is possible, of which I understand them. It's too risky to invest on the research. Sometimes you might end up losing a lot of millions of money. So getting this access to financing in the beginning was a very tough challenge for us. And apart from that, also the human resource, what we were developing was required a good people with background in fermentation technology, with background in the microbes engineering, but most of these people with these different professions are employed at our universities as a professors or lecturer. It's very difficult to access them, especially if you do not have very good, attractive salary to pay them. So that was also another challenge that we faced as a startup. So I would say when we're talking about the scaling innovation into jobs, we need to consider so many different factors. One of them is to look at the area of coming up with a financing system that understand the startup reality. We know in Africa currently we have SMEs have a financing gap of more than 400 billion US dollars, and that's why you see most of these SMEs are either remain small, or most of the time they end up not getting access to very large markets. So we need to build on the blended financing. We need to understand that the blended financing, the patient capital, the loan from the banks are not a charity for the startups. They are economic infrastructures that the startups need. You can imagine if you support a startup company to start to scale up the business, it will be easy to create a multiplying effect when it comes to job creation, but also when it comes to building our own Africa. If these startups are not able to get a patient capital, most of the time they will not be able to scale. And if a company is not able to scale, meaning it will not be able to hire. If they will not be able to hire, that's where we find a lot of graduates on the street. Most of them are even tempted to join the illegal businesses. But also another thing that I wanted to touch base on when we are thinking about how we can scale up the innovations into job, we must involve our own universities to be part and parcels of engine of creating the enterprises. Today, Africa, which has the youngest population in the whole world, with over around, I think, 60% under 25, and we have 12 million people graduate entering the labor market every year. But the bad thing is that the formal wage employment is not growing at the very same speed. So what can be done? Should our university stop producing the graduate? No. Should they close up? The answer is no. One thing they can do is stop training or preparing the student for the labor market, but turn the table around and start preparing the students or supporting the students to create their own enterprises. One of the global, successful global innovation ecosystem in the world, the universities are part and parcel of the of the spin-off companies, but also play a big role in spin-off, but also in the commercialization. And I'll give you another brief example. I'm a product of the University of Dar es Salaam. When I was a third-year student, university, one of the courses that was supposed to take was called the entrepreneurship course. It was a mandatory. At that time, as a scientist, I didn't think if I really needed it because I was prepared that after finishing the university, I have to go and look for a job. But I'll tell you, this course was an eye-opening for all the students in that class. It was taught by a good professor, Professor Mshandete, who is the current vice chancellor of the Nelson Mandela University. What he did is he gave us an assignment to come up with different innovative ideas that can be scaled. But before he did that, he made sure that we understand as a scientist, we can use the knowledge that we have to turn, to come up, to do different things. So we learned practically how to produce, for example, black soldier fly larvae, how to turn waste into composite, how to farm duckweeds, azolla, or mushroom. And then the assignment that he gave us was to come together, each one of us present an idea, and if possible, he was even willing to support this idea into turning it into an MVP. And that was really, really eye-opening. I can tell you today, we were around 26, 28 students in that class, and more than 60 people that I know we graduated in 2018. 7 or 8 years later, I know 60 people who have started their own enterprises and are employing not less than 3 people in their own companies. Personally, our company employs 20 plus people at the moment. So I can imagine if there's 12 million graduates if our all the universities in Africa can adapt the same system of preparing the youth to create their own enterprises, I can only imagine maybe 5 to 10% of these 12 million graduates annually, if they can start their own businesses, this will have a multiplying effect in the job creation in the long run. But also another one last thing that I wanted to touch base on is on the we must understand that a single enterprise, a single firm cannot create all the employment that we need for the youth. Employments happen across the value chain. The value chain, we start from sourcing, we start from packaging, production, packaging, distribution, and other logistics stuffs. So we must be able to invest on the value chain. We must be able to invest on the industry that will be able to process the goods, to process the raw materials into valuable product. And that way we'll be able to employ so many people and skip some of these challenges that are facing the entrepreneurs today and the youths in our countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So now I would like to turn to Her Excellency Kinte. I think we have talked about the example that Diana have given in terms of the access to capital, why the kind of a philanthropic capital work can actually work in this case to really de-risk, for example, research and development, to really create innovations that are transformed into an enterprise. So how can philanthropic capital work more with the government to de-risk women and youth-led enterprises and accelerate their growth?
Thank you very much. Women and youth-led enterprises across Africa face structural barriers limited collateral, strict access to finance, weak market linkages, and higher perceived risk. Governments alone cannot close these gaps. It is for this reason that philanthropic capital becomes catalytic, not as a substitute to government or markets, but as a bridge between the gap, as a bridge between them. In the Gambia, for example, we have learned that philanthropic capital is most effective when it is used to de-risk early-stage enterprises, fund innovation, and prepare entrepreneurs to attack commercial finance. This includes first, loss capital, guarantees, seed funding, and technical assistance, all of which reduce risk and build investor confidence. A powerful example in my country, the Gambia, is the Sub-Saharan Women Empowerment or SWEAT project, in which we are investing $6 million by providing grants, entrepreneurship training, life skills, and mentorship to girls and young women aged 15 to 24. We are targeting 10,000 of these in 3 years. We have just completed the training of 1,400 of these adolescents and young women in financial literacy. And during the training, we are also trained to develop business proposals, which they have just submitted. We will be reviewing the business proposals and supporting these young women and adolescent girls, depending on whatever they want to do. I had a session with them a few days before I traveled to this forum, and they expressed to me how they have acquired knowledge and skills in entrepreneurship and financial literacy. While some want to do petty trading, others want to go into manufacturing industry, and others want to go in for tailoring. These young women and girls are often excluded from formal finance, yet they represent the future workforce and business leadership of our countries. By investing early in them, we will reduce long-term vulnerability and unlock long-term growth. Philanthropic capital can also play a vital role in funding pilots, incubators, research and innovation, testing newer models that governments can later scale through national systems and budgets. With philanthropic capital, investments are aligned with national priorities, such as the Women Enterprise Fund, which I mentioned earlier, and the SWEAT project, which we are also implementing now. They become catalytic rather than fragmented, and scalable rather than isolated. Equally important is the role of philanthropy in strengthening enterprise ecosystems, supporting skills development, digital platforms, market access, and regional value chains, including, of course, within the African Continental Free Trade Area. This aligns directly with the forum's focus on moving enterprises beyond startups into competitive job-creating firms which are sustainable, more especially for the long term. Many governments provide the policy framework. Philanthropic capital absorbs early-stage risk, and the private sector provides growth, capital, and markets. We create a powerful partnership model. This model does not simply support individual entrepreneurs, but it builds ecosystems, markets, and institutions to enable women and youth to thrive at scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now, I've been told by the organizer that we are running out of time, but I still would like to get a few more thoughts from each of you. So, Ms. Ojambo, what have you seen actually work to deploy global corporate capital, connect with African enterprises? And especially I think we have heard about investment that needs to come in to really de-risk some of the early stage. So from your perspective, what has actually worked, from where you sit and where you see, how the global corporate capital can really connect with the African enterprise to really make sure that the growth is there?
Good. Thank you, Yuko, for that question. I'll focus on just a couple of things, as you mentioned, because time is short. And from the Global Compact perspective, as I said, we're a membership organization of about 25,000 organizations. We started an initiative that we call our CFO Coalition for Sustainable Development. And I think it's been very interesting to see how we were able to blend not just the UN Sustainable Development Agenda, but blend that with corporate capital. And I think it's been a really exciting initiative to see. To date, we've mobilized about $300 billion of capital to go towards investment opportunities. Some of the lessons that we have learned that are important, and I may just repeat one or two of them, but I think for capital to come to the African continent, what is absolutely essential? I again continue to reiterate, it's important that we look at doing business with Africa and not in Africa. So, even as we sit with this coalition and mobilizing resources, what we have done is be very clear that our African partners are at the table defining what sustainable development and sustainable business initiatives look like for them. And that's been really a precondition of matching some of these funds. I think the second is also, where it has worked is doing some assessments that we have done in terms of what is most investable for the continent. A number of the panelists have spoken to that. Energy and infrastructure are critical. They unlock further investments across many other sectors because, all investors ask for a clear ROI. I think a lot of work has gone into that. We've heard that today, and we've heard that over the last couple of days in terms of what is most investable. Obviously, taking a long-term growth perspective to what we want to do. I think it's interesting, and let me throw out some private sector statistics, not to alarm any CEO in the room, but the average tenure of a CEO is about 4 to 5 years. Yet at the same time, investors are looking for long-term growth. So for one sitting in a private enterprise, it really behooves a CEO to take a long-term view to what's happening. It behooves your board and your investors to really make sure we can shift from short-term, what do we do with capital versus really long-term investment projects. So long-term views has often helped. Investing in value chains has also helped attract more capital. And then just making sure that we can invest in skilling, training, and really a lot of the work that the two entrepreneurs on this panel have spoken about. It's about job creation and really getting to market. I just want to say one last thing that has also really helped, and I just want to cite a practical example. Looking at a number of key businesses, I just want to call out, for example, M-Pesa, one of the leading mobile money platforms on the continent, actually started off, its work with early-stage philanthropic capital. So, global capital does not always have to be commercial, but you can find huge enterprises that have kicked off with philanthropy and have become exciting business enterprises at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, Ms. Hannah, perhaps you can give a final sort of thoughts in terms of, how the foundation intentionally really designed its investments and partnerships to remove the barriers.
Thank you so much, Yoko. And I think it's the point that you started with, that young people are already doing this. It's not about potential, it's about reality. And I think listening to Samha, listening to Diana, we know that the reality is here. So again, the question is, how do we catch up? How do we make sure that systems are designed, products are designed, solutions are designed for the likes of Samhal and Diana? And that's really the question for us. And for us, inclusion starts with the question around designing with communities, with young people. And it's a very simple phrase that we ask ourselves at key moments, which is, if we're working with young women, have we asked her? Have we asked her what the barriers are and what the solutions are? Ask her. And that simple question, you'll be surprised how much that unlocks in terms of opportunities. So what does it look like in practice? In Nigeria, for example, we have a partnership with the Women Farmers Advanced Network. They focus on young women in agricultural value chains. That program combines skilling, access to inputs, technology, market linkages, and it's so incredible because the reason why it was so successful is because it very intentionally worked around her realities, her time constraints, her childcare, what's really ailing her in terms of market exclusion, what is really ailing her in terms of access to land, ask her. And that program now, because it was so intentionally designed, has enabled over 600,000 young people to access opportunities in Nigeria in particular, and 80% of them being young women. Similarly, in the refugee space, we focus a lot on displaced young people and young people living with disabilities. Just 2 weeks ago, I was in Dadaab visiting an amazing program with Inkomoko. They focus on providing capital to refugee and host entrepreneurs. In total, they have reached over 54,000 enterprises. And what's incredible about that is the repayment rate. We talk about risk perception of African countries. I don't know what your risk perception is about people who are displaced, but data shows that in this program, over 95% actually repay the loans despite the very difficult circumstances they are in. So even that shifting in risk perception of these groups is so critical. Let me just close by saying that inclusion really is a question around scale. We talk about jobs at scale. If it's not inclusive, it's simply not scalable, because you're leaving behind 50% of the population in terms of young women, you're leaving behind tens of millions of displaced people, unfortunately, on the continent, you're leaving behind 10% young people who are living with disabilities on average in any kind of community, and that means that we're leaving tremendous opportunity. So inclusion is an equity thing, it's smart economics, and it's a scale issue as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, Natalie, give us the final thoughts. Give us some final thoughts before, yeah.
Sorry, thank you. Well, I think that we definitely need to join forces. I mean, this is the first point. And thank you for the word also influence, because I think this is not just about financial pledges. It's much more than that. I would say that for us, the first thing and our first contribution is advocacy through data, changing the narrative, as I think almost all of us have talked about that. When I'm saying advocacy through data, it's constant, sustained advocacy using the best possible data to make the point about the various topics we've all mentioned: access to infrastructure, continental integration, employability of young people, security and rule of law. Changing the narrative around Africa is absolutely key. I mean, there is still a lot to be done around that, to highlight its economic potential, given its key assets, young people to begin with, but also green assets. Without Africa's green asset, there will be no global green economy, be it critical minerals, renewable energy sources, carbon sinking potential, biodiversity. So it's really important to make that point, and I think that ahead of Ethiopia hosting the next COP, it's key to make the point that reconciling climate and development, for example, is not only important, it's absolutely key. Building climate-friendly cities, climate-friendly infrastructure, climate-friendly agriculture, it's the best way to jobs for young people, and it's the best way to showcase Africa's ability to leapfrog and to build pilot models, especially using the young people of Africa, ability to innovate, to commit, and to find the right solutions. And I do think that participation of young people in this COP will be really key to show that. Of course, it also means that we need not to mask the risk and to say that without relevant and decent prospects for the growing youth bulge in Africa, there will be more domestic unrest, more political instability, more conflicts, more irregular migrations that strain relationships with partners, and less ability to leverage Africa's assets. The other point, I think, which is key and that we are trying to contribute to, is facilitate exactly what you are doing, Executive Secretary, is facilitate the dialogue with enlarged stakeholders. Private sector in priority, of course. What are the main hurdles to overcome? What kind of jobs are you looking for now and in years to come? What will AI impact be on jobs prospect? But also I would add local governments and local communities, because there are to be found the best practices and a comprehensive knowledge of demands and needs rather than just defining the supply. University, to ensure that employability of young people, and I would say even partners. If you look at Europe, by the end of the century, Africa's youth will be equivalent to double Europe's population, which is shrinking. So this means a special demand for digital, for IT, for AI, specific services to aging population, and dialogue here, I think, is important also. And I would say last but not least, and everybody has said that, the young people of Africa. We are relying a lot at the Agri-tech Foundation on the Now Generation Network, not the next generation, the Now Generation, and this word is very important. What do they commit to? What are their needs to achieve what they know they can do? I'll just give two examples to finish with, more granular. We were talking a lot about African risk. I think this is an important point. We are working with the main CRAs to understand their black box and to see to what extent we could better use the Ibrahim Governance Index. We are working also with other partners, other foundations, other institutions on various points. I'll take the example of Mission 300. We need to address and to strengthen the bankability of projects, because projects are there, needs are there, potential is there, but we need to line the dots and work on this bankability of projects, which is something, for example, that the Rockefeller Foundation is doing with their accelerator, and we are here joining forces with them too. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ms. Samel, give us your final thoughts in 1 minute.
Thank you, Oko. In closing, I'd say Kabana's journey is a proof that African manufacturing is not a low cost. It's about a high value, about dignity, skills, and ownership. When financing is aligned with skill development, Kabana's or other businesses like Kabana can do more than survive. We can create jobs, train leaders, and build ecosystem. With our own financing, we were able to be the third biggest forex generating exporters in bags in Ethiopia. I'm just imagining if additional financing were unlocked for our kind of businesses, what more we can do. And we've seen women moving from the backgrounds that we brought them for to creating their own businesses. And we can be able to train not only 200, but 200,000 women to start their own little cabanas. And I don't think we lack the talent. I don't think we lack the creativity. I think we lack the aligned capital, the patient support, and access to market. If we get that right, we'll not only build companies, but we'll move companies that are in small and medium enterprises to biggest industries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Olembo, final thoughts in 1 minute.
Thank you so much. We can all agree that Africa is full of ideas, and this continent is full of talent. The only thing that we are missing is structure and capital alignment. And so we need to work on 3 different areas. One of them is our universities must be the engines for enterprises. And the second things, we must have a capital that is patient, that understand the growth risk. But also the last thing, we must have a value chain that grows in coordination. Because if we are able to support SMEs, we can really create a lot of jobs for the graduate. Today, more than 80% of employment in Africa comes from the SMEs. And we must understand that when one enterprise grows, it doesn't grow alone, but it also increases the demand for supplies. It strengthens the logistic, it formalizes the distribution, but it also builds a network of other different retails. So let's build and support our SMEs. Let's make sure that we build the Africa that our future generation will be proud of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. One key takeaway for me, actually, before we close, the job creation at scale will come from aligning the efforts of philanthropists, the global sustainability, the government, investors, and entrepreneurs, and especially women and the youth who contribute to driving Africa's most vibrant economic activities. And each of us, government, philanthropists, investors, development actors, entrepreneurs, we hold a pieces of that solution. But the real transformation happens when those pieces connect. So thank you so much for all your interesting discussions, insightful conversations. And on behalf of Economic Commission for Africa, I'm very pleased to moderate this session. Thank you so much. And for the panelists, we will have the picture. Yeah, we will have the picture standing here.
Another round of applause, please, for that all-female panel. And that's a common theme, actually. All the panels today on day 2 are moderated by female moderators, which I think is worthy of applause, I think. Now, as I ask our great panelists to leave the stage, I'm going to invite the moderator and her panelists on for the second round table in just a moment. But before I do that, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Albano Ferreira, who is the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology and Innovation of the great nation Angola. Also, Her Excellency Alcina Quindanda is here from Angola as well, the State Secretary for Family and Promotion of Women. We also have with us the Principal Secretary of the State Department of Industry for Kenya, Dr. Juma Mukwana. You are all very, very welcome. Now let's move on quickly on to Roundtable 2, Financing the Innovation Economy in Africa through financial, agricultural, industrial, and health technology. Now, to set the scene, we're going to start with 2 short spotlight stories of innovation at scale, and I'm going to roll them back to back, so I'll introduce them together. The first one, a 3-minute film, it's about Algeria's journey to build a startup nation, moving from under 200 registered startups in 2019 to over 10,000 by 2024, from 200 to 10,000 in just 5 years. And they've done that through deliberate reforms to their enabling environment, from their registration to their support instruments for young entrepreneurs. And they're now aiming for another 10,000 startups by 2029. The second film takes us to my country, my home country, Nigeria, and to a company called Saltree International Limited. This is an agro-industrial venture transforming cassava into high-value industrial and food-grade products. And they're integrating thousands of smallholder farmers into these modern value chains. So, without much ado, please roll both films.
الدول للكبرات اساسا على الساقط
Algeria has emerged as one of Africa's fastest-growing startup ecosystems. From fewer than 200 officially registered startups in 2019 to more than 10,000 by 2024, this transformation reflects a clear national vision to build a true startup nation. At the heart of this progress are bold public policies. The government has strengthened the regulatory environment, simplified business creation, expanded support mechanisms, and placed youth entrepreneurship at the center of economic diversification. This commitment earned Algeria the Policy Champion Award in June 2025 at the Global Entrepreneurship Congress in Indianapolis, recognizing one of the world's most supportive regulatory frameworks for startups. Innovation-focused legislation, dedicated infrastructure, and financing tools such as the Algerian Startup Fund are accelerating the growth of high-potential companies and improving access to capital. Authorities have also introduced the National Startup Label, launched a Pan-African Startup Fund under the leadership of the President of Republic Democratic of Algeria, and promoted global connections through strategic partnerships and major events. In December 2025, Algeria hosted the 4th edition of the African Startup Conference, bringing together 25,000 participants, 40 delegations, 200 exhibitors, and hundreds of investors and experts. The conference resulted in 21 MOU, mobilizing more than 17 startups alongside nearly 10 national and international partners, further reinforcing the country's position as a regional innovation hub. With an ambitious goal of 20,000 startups by 2029, Algeria is not just supporting entrepreneurship, it is shaping the future of innovation across Africa.
When Sultry International Company Limited arrived in this region, there was almost nothing. Just small huts, unpaved roads, and limited access to water and electricity. Cassava was grown mostly for sustenance, and farmers struggled to earn a living from their harvests. What started with 17 farmers has now grown into a network of 16,000 smallholder farmers, making their incomes 30 to 500% higher than before, and turning cassava into commercially viable crop.
Farmers have moved from 1 acre to about average of about 50 acres today. We've been able to move farmers from less than $1 a day in the last 10 years to about $10 a day.
The company recognized that industrial growth could only succeed if farmers were empowered. Through the Sultry Outgrower model, Sultry provided improved cassava varieties, technical training, and guaranteed offtake of their crop. After the initial farmers' empowerment, Sultry created a guaranteed market by constructing processing facilities. The journey began with the first starch production line, followed by a second starch factory, and then a cassava flour line. In 2022, Sultry made a giant stride by building the first cassava-based sorbitol factory in Nigeria and Africa. To make this possible, the company had to produce hydrogen, a critical raw material for sorbitol production. Today, Sultry produces hydrogen not only for sorbitol plants, but also supplies it to other industrial clients for diverse applications. Imagine a country where the main ingredient for toothpaste, sorbitol, was 100% imported, until Sultry changed the story. Today, manufacturers rely on Sultry starch, glucose, and sorbitol, including glucose for confectionaries and beverages, reducing import dependency. The company supplies multinationals, including Unilever and Nestle, while simultaneously expanding into the international markets. Farmers' incomes have risen. families thrive, and over 50 villages benefit directly from SALT's backward integration model.
They are also able to send their kids to school, they're able to build the houses, so the impact is great.
SALT International Company Limited exemplifies inclusive and market-driven agribusiness. By integrating farmers, processing, and markets, it creates sustainable jobs, strengthens local manufacturing, and delivers high-quality products globally. The factory is powered by 1.1 megawatts of solar energy, and processing byproducts are repurposed as animal feed, thereby creating a circular system that benefits both the environment and the community. From a village of huts to thriving communities, industrial breakthroughs, and international clients, SALT proves what African agribusinesses can achieve.
Round of applause, please. That's amazing. 2 nations in 2 regions of Africa, Egypt, 2 countries, Egypt and Nigeria, one on a national level and one on a company level, but they share the same transformational vision, which is ultimately to change the lives of the people in our country and in our continent. So that's really commendable, both Algeria and also Saltry. Now, this round table will explore just those issues. It will explore how digital and industrial innovation in fintech, in agri-tech, industrial tech and health tech is already lifting productivity, making firms more competitive in Africa. It's creating jobs. And we'll be asking the questions like, what will it take for finance to scale these platforms across Africa so that they're not just extraordinary stories, they're ordinary stories. Now, this great session will be moderated by the Chief Impact Officer of Kifia Financial Technology PLC. Please welcome Ms. Hayat Abdul Malik.
Good morning again, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, and innovators in the room. I believe the forum thus far has discussed a lot about mobilizing capital at scale. We've heard from institutional investors, discussed blended finance, sovereign risk reform, and the broader architecture to unlock long-term pools of capital for Africa. This particular roundtable will look at moving from capital supply to capital deployment. And it's my greatest honor to introduce the panelists who will sit with me at this roundtable. Firstly, His Excellency Nuruddin Ouda, Ministry of Knowledge, Economy, Startups, and Microenterprise, Algeria. Minister Ouda was appointed in November 2024 and holds a PhD in computer engineering from the École Nationale Polytechnique in Algiers. He's previously served as Director of Startups and Support Structures and has been instrumental in advancing Algeria's national startup mapping, funding reforms from microenterprises and diaspora engagement initiatives. Under his leadership, Algeria is itself a continental innovation hub and has pioneered the African Startup Conference, bringing together entrepreneurs, investors, and policymakers from across Africa. Our second panelist, Ms. Ahuna Eziakonwa, UN Assistant Secretary General and Director of UNDP Regional Bureau for Africa. Mrs. Yakonwa oversees UNDP's operations across 46 African countries, managing a 1.2 billion development portfolio, leading bold initiatives like Timbuktu, the UNDP flagship for startup economic ecosystem platform, and the Africa Facility to support women in political leadership. She is a champion of youth entrepreneurship, systemic reform, and Africa's Money for Africa's Development agenda. Mr. Zemedina Nagatu, our third panelist, is one of Africa's most recognized and celebrated financial leaders with a career spanning global capital markets and African enterprise development. He is the global chairman of Fairfax Africa Fund, based in Washington, D.C., and the co-founder and CEO of CBE Capital, Ethiopia's pioneering investment bank, an institution that has helped shape the country's emerging investment landscape. He serves on numerous international boards and advisory council and is a regular speaker on global platforms, including the World Economic Forum. Ms. Yemise Iranloye is the founder and CEO of Sultry International, whose video we just saw, one of Africa's leading agro-industrial enterprises, currently supplying major multinationals such as Unilever and Nestle. Starting from a small processing operation, she has grown Sultry into an integrated agro-industrial platform, producing cassava starch, flour, and glucose, and Africa's first cassava-based sorbitol. And lastly, Ms. Sharon Mutwiwa Ms. Mutwiwa is a Zimbabwean agripreneur operating at the intersection of agriculture, innovation, and enterprise development. At Trader Farms and Investments, she oversees large-scale commercial production across greenhouse and open field systems, integrating mechanization, small irrigation, and 1 megawatt solar installation to drive productivity and climate resilience. Well, join me again in welcoming our esteemed panelists. So we, as this roundtable, have the inevitable task of being between roundtable 1, full of women panelists across the board, including the moderator, and between lunch. But we promise this will be an interesting and engaging discussion, and I will ask our panelists to keep the answers short and to the point, so that we can also allow for an opportunity, if the hosts allow us, to actually open the floor for questions from the audience. So I will start first with the minister. Minister Owada, saying it right, okay. Under your leadership, Algeria's startup ecosystem expanded dramatically. In 2019, you had only 200 registered startups, and that grew to 10,000 in about 5 years, and you have additional ambition of adding another 10,000. What is your one specific policy or financing instrument that your ministry has either introduced or intends to introduce that measurably improves startup survival and scale? And what single KPI would you use to track this delivery?
Assalamu alaikum, thank you very much. Very happy to be among you with this interesting panel. I will maybe mention 2, not 1. Okay. The first one is we put in place in 2022 a legal framework that makes the difference between added value business and classical business. It was very important because added value business is treated differently in terms of support, financing, and management. And very quickly after that, our president in October 2020 launched the Algerian Startup Fund, which is at the base money from public banks, but irrigated in a small funding process with equity, not with debt. Algeria used to spend billions of dollars supporting SMEs with debt. But in 2020, we bring a new model, which is equity-based. And Algeria has maybe sent a strong signal launching this fund, saying that the public banks today make trust on young entrepreneurs and take equity in companies newly created without any guarantee. And for our opinion, it was a game changer, because at the first time, the government is taking equity in company startups that are not here a few months before, without any guarantee. And this today brings us in an ecosystem where private people today put in place millions of dollars taking shares in these startups that have been found by Algerian Startup Fund in 2020, 2021. So this new mechanism, which is disruptive in Algeria, we would not have any other experience like this, was a game changer, and we take the public banks to do equity. And let me just close my reply by one remark. Today, we need to take risk with African money for African startups. Very important. Otherwise, other funds will take risk and will take the company, take the headquarters on other continents. So this is what we applied in Algeria. I think we can apply it in Africa in order to have a strong funding mechanism for entrepreneurs, especially in the innovation field.
Thank you so much. Disruption and taking the risk with African money for African startups. This is what we've heard from the minister on what it takes to disrupt and achieve national ecosystem transformation. Zooming out on the continental view, UNDP sits at the intersection of government, innovators, and development finance institutions. And you often see ecosystems at different stages of maturity. Some with strong startup formation, others that have capital, but very few in Africa yet with full pipeline from innovation to scale. From that continental vantage point, Ms. Ezia Konwa, where do African innovation ecosystems break down most when it comes to accessing scalable finance? Is it pipeline readiness, risk perception, regulatory fragmentation, or is it actually the structure of the capital itself?
Thank you so very much. First of all, let me say a big congratulations to ECA and my brother there for really launching this platform and the forum. I think also centering an issue that is at the heart of Africa's development. And the conversation before ours actually set the stage for this panel. I was very interested to hear all the reflections from several of the panelists. I want to start by saying Timbuktu initiative, which several of you have heard of, is the largest platform that we have created at a Pan-Africa scale to accompany a revolution that is happening on this continent. It's a startup revolution. It's not going to just happen, this revolution. It needs to be accompanied, it needs to be intentional. And for us, it's not just about job creation, it's actually deeper than that. It's about cultivating Africa's confidence. This next generation needs to face the world with 3 C's: competence, confidence, and compassion. We think that it's possible that the world sees a new Africa through this lens. And our young people are demonstrating every day that indeed Africa is ready to go shoulder to shoulder with the world. And so we have put our weight behind this kind of initiative. And to answer your question, I think our startups today, all our innovation SMEs, to go to scale, they need 5 Ps. Parents, patience, patents, partnerships, and finally, prayer. At the end of the day, you need to go back to that which you believe in, that which helps you wake up every day, even when the going gets so tough. Parents are the governments, the development partners such as UNDP, our philanthropists in the room. These are the ones who hold your hands through thick and thin. Those who provide the enabling environment for you to thrive. And when it comes to what could lead to a breakdown is when parents fail to parent. When we fail to provide that enabling environment, whether it's in terms of policies, regulations. Regulations today strangle rather than stimulate scale and growth. Just take visa regulations. The fact that we have innovators on the continent, young people whose ambitions and actually their potential and promise go beyond the borders, but they cannot get a visa to access the next country. So the visa regimes, but also our startup acts, the laws. And UNDP is starting to accompany countries to look into this. For instance, in this country, Ethiopia, where we now have a startup proclamation. We supported the country to come up with this. It's been now recently passed by the council, and it actually looks at providing startup, say, tax breaks and several other provisions that close the gaps that we have in the system. So patient capital is really needed. And what we're finding is that our domestic capital market remains shallow and have limited role in venture creation. Look at local pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, and banks. They don't play a significant role right now in venture creation because the financial instruments that they have available to them often do not match their risk appetite. And, you know, Minister, you were talking about the need to take risk as governments, but also as systems. And here we're working with the Ethiopia Capital Market Authority to set up a locally domiciled fund, fund of funds that is looking to raise $100 million with potential blended financing from DFIs, from foundations, from endowments, and that will unlock local capital through the Ethiopian Investment Holdings. I think what we're talking about here is actually quite serious. I met a young enterprise yesterday. They are manufacturing. They are in our Manutech hub. They could not access $30,000 from a commercial bank here. It took them a while to get there. And they said to us, imagine if UNDP would just lend a word for us to say to this bank, to say you can trust and actually release money for this company. But we need alternative means as well through blended financing. So I think, you know, it's really important that we look at these 5 Ps. Capital has to be patient, and it has to be risk-informed. It has to take risks for the early stage. Patents, we need to protect in a legal way the ideas and solutions of a lot of things that have been stolen from Africa today. It's another extractive industry, this innovation industry. So patents needs to be important, will be important. Partnerships are really key. It's about relationships with their lawyers, with their accountants, with those who are going to enable them to crack the system. So I just want to end it there for now and say, let's work on these 5 Ps and see where we get to. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing these powerful frameworks, the 3 Cs, the 5 Ps, to bring that innovation ecosystem and make it reliable so that investors are not hesitating. And this brings us nicely to the capital market lens. Mr. Nagato, from an investor and a capital markets perspective, what do you think is the single most critical constraints that's preventing our African enterprises, those that are in technology and in disruptive sectors that have the potential to really leapfrog in terms of productivity? What is preventing that from happening in order to, for capital to come in order to prevent them for capital to come in order to support them to scale into larger top creating firms?
Right. First of all, thank you for inviting me. It's an honor and a privilege to be on the same panel as very distinguished panelists to my left and to my right. There's a saying, and I'm going to answer your question with examples. I'm from the private sector. I'm from the financial community, so we're practical people. First and foremost, I just want to say welcome to the new Addis. You've probably hopefully seen the dramatic changes that Addis Ababa has undertaken in less than 2 years. So it's an indication that it's actually in Africa, if we think big, we can deliver big. And this is a real good example. So I invite all of you to take a walk like I do every night when I'm in Addis, or visit the city to see really incredible changes that has taken urbanization at its best. I grew up in Washington, D.C., so I compare it to the redevelopment of D.C. over the last 30 years. But despite the enormous resources that we have in the United States, both at the city level, but the US federal government and the private sector level. It took 30 years to redevelop Washington. Addis, it only took 2 years, less than 2 years. So just want to say, visit Addis. There's a saying, may we live in interesting times. And I have to say, this is probably in my lifetime, certainly in the business community and the global investment, finance, trading community, this is probably the most dramatic changes we've ever seen. I think most of you are aware, all of you are aware of what is going on. The global order has been dismantled. Certainly, I was in the US last week. I go there frequently. We have our offices there. The changes that are coming out of Washington are so dramatic. We would expect Africa to be up to elevate its game as well, from the private sector perspective, from the DFIs, from obviously from the UN and all that. So all the discussions we're having today and going forward, I was actually, to be very frank with you, I was expecting last week's AU Summit to have as primary agenda the global order and Africa's role. And I was a little disappointed that it didn't come out boldly. If it was discussed in privately, it wasn't shared with us, but I would have thought, you know, what is Africa's role and how do we navigate these really, really dramatic changes that are taking place? So when we talk about innovation, private sector, capital, in the community and the network that I operate at the global level and the Africa level and in a lot of emerging markets, there is no shortage of capital. I mean, absolutely, capital is not an issue. In fact, in most parts where we operate, people don't even talk in billions anymore. They talk in trillions. So the question is, why isn't much of it coming to Africa? I mean, that's the kind of thinking we need to have when we talk about innovation. We manage funds, we invest in communities. And I'll give you an answer, as I said, in a practical way. We have 4 platforms that I operate in, my community operates in. I am the co-founder, as indicated here, of, I would like to say, the first investment bank in Ethiopia, but my colleagues on the other side might disagree that they're also the first ones. But we're here as disruptors to provide capital to the private sector, including startups. Okay, so that's one thing we try to do. In the United States, we run an investment bank, a private equity firm, exclusively focused on emerging markets, in particular Africa. So we deploy capital across the continent, and especially, of course, since I was born and raised in Ethiopia, we've deployed quite a bit of capital here in Ethiopia as well, in the technology space that you may know. We are patient, we're impact investors. That's how we see it, because in Africa, that's what it takes. You can't flip. In the US, I can flip assets overnight as a private equity fund. We buy it today, we sell it tomorrow. But in Africa, we need patient capital to have the impact, because the maturity to the level that we need takes longer in Africa. But the payoff, the IRRs we get in Africa are actually higher than what we find in the developed world. The third platform that we have is, and this might be of interest because agriculture is one of the areas I've been asked to talk about, to comment about from an innovation investment perspective, is we have a $500 million private equity fund based in Sao Paulo, Brazil, for African agriculture, specifically for African agriculture. Okay, we're deploying $500 million initially at 6 East African countries, including Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Zambia. In fact, we have an example of a real innovative example where we invested in Rwanda with Crystal Ventures, our first one in the beef sector. Very innovation. We're bringing in high-level, high-quality, innovative Brazilian technology and Brazilian capital and global capital to deploy in African agriculture, because there's a lot of talk that Africa can't feed itself. Yeah, well, part of it is we're trying to find a solution from our perspective by providing both the innovation and the technology, but also very large capital. This $500 million is just a start. If we can successfully deploy it in many African countries, as I said, there is no shortage of capital. So we are matching, as you know, Brazil is a very high-end producer of agriculture in every sector, and it's already, as I said, in Rwanda, we have a first example, which we will be happy to replicate in many other countries. And those are sort of the 3 or 4. And the final point is, if we don't innovate in manufacturing, if we don't invest in African manufacturing, we won't get anywhere, okay? So again, here we have an example. Here, for example, here in Ethiopia, we are very large investors in manufacturing. We're actually 100% for export to the global market. So I'm actually the chairman of a big multinational European company that is manufacturing. We innovate, we use robots, but we also deploy. We have 1,500 people in our factory. So when people say, well, it's an oxymoron to talk about Africa and manufacturing in the same sentence, we say, try us out. I think it's doable if you know what you're doing, if you have the focus and the support of the government, and that's what we believe. So in the multiple platforms that we are in, we've demonstrated, we've invested in fintechs. For example, early on, before fintechs became attractive, and we've seen the impact on the continent. So practically speaking, there's no shortage of capital. It just needs focus, innovation, and bringing in partners like the UN and others. And I like the example you gave of Algeria. I think that's the kind of example we can deploy across Africa. So in summary, this is what we do, and that's hopefully in the next round I'll be able to give additional explanation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So capital exists, it's abundant, and capital knows that it needs to follow the 5 Ps, including being patient in Africa, but the return is also quite high, as you've just demonstrated. And may we live in interesting times indeed, but also in Africa, if not now, then when? I'm moving on to Ms. Iranloye, who as someone who's actually crossed the scale threshold, starting with the small 17 farmers that you started with, what was the decisive financing or policy moment that enabled you, Sultry International, to actually cross into key growth and employment thresholds?
Thank you for having me here. It's a great pleasure. Thank you very much. Sultry actually started as a greenfield. We were not in any, we were just set up specifically to help smallholder farmers. And out of empathy, we structured the business to be 100% inclusive so that smallholder farmers will supply the plant and we will not farm. Our responsibility was to help these farmers jump from 3 tons at that time to 15 tons was our first target. And by the first year, we were able to meet that and we scaled up. But one of the attributes that helped us to be able to jump, one, was the fact that we were able to access a single-digit loan from our CBN, as our Central Bank of Nigeria. At that time, the government released a particular funding for agricultural companies to be able to access. And Sultry was just getting out about that time. And even though it took us a while to be able to access it, was quite a bit difficult. We were adamant to get it. After about 5 attempts, we were able to get it. Because it was single digits, and because it was also patient capital, we were not paying immediately. We had about 2 years of moratorium and 3 years of repayment. That gave us a big breathing space to be able to walk through the journey. We started the journey, we didn't know the end of the journey. So we started with these farmers. Part of the monies were given to the farmers to provide them with herbicides, fertilizers, to provide them with tractors, and then trainings. So we had to get all their old crops and bond them, and then gave them the new varieties and held them by the hand and transformed their thinking from just growing the crop for food to growing the crop for money. And there are 2 different things in Africa. We have a lot of smallholder farmers that just grow a little to feed, not even be able to grow, to be able to sell enough to send their children to school, not to talk of growing enough to sustain a whole factory. So it's a different ballgame. So we started with, I don't want to use the word brainwashing, changing their mindset from just growing for food to growing in commercial. Today, the story is changed. These farmers today are growing in commercial. They've grown. Their communities have changed from the hut you see to communities that now have power, good road, water, because the factory is growing, they are growing. Our CSR is providing all that is needed to be able to make the community no longer a village, but a small town with
with all the facilities. In fact, some of them boast, they say they have power more than those in Lagos because the factory, once we have power, they also have power. So first was that blended fund. The second thing was the fact that we had, at some point by the second year, some strategic partnership with organizations like TwoScale, IFDC, IDH, Palladium, that came in to help us. Because we started with our phone and our own energy and the little we knew. But then if we were going to go far, we needed that cooperation. So they came up and took up the farmers' initiation for us. So they funded the aspect of going into the bush to get the farmers trained, to get the farmers into structured organization that cooperative that could access funding by themselves, and then helping them to access tractors and fertilizers, because as it was getting bigger, we couldn't use our own personal fund anymore. So that helped us to scale very quickly. Farmers, we were able to get more farmers into the network. And then the third thing was market. We were able to, because we had good quality and structured raw material, the multinationals were able to trust us for long-term planning. So we're able to get the likes of Nestle and the rest to buy into our products. And what that means is cash flow. So we're able to have cash flow that trickled to us and then trickled down to our farmers. So obviously, we were able to use the funding, three types of funding: good patient funding from the government, the funding, the grants that help the farmers, and then our cash flow. And then the last is equity. So when the company grew to 2022, after the COVID, we saw that we needed to bring in equity. And at that time, we were jumping into the big project of producing sorbitol from glucose. Imagine how many we are in Africa. And we import the most 65% ingredient for our toothpaste from Asia, and that's sorbitol. And so we were able to produce it from cassava. And doing that, we saw that the weight was heavy. We know we couldn't do that journey alone. So we brought in a patient capital, Algeria IDF, who provided equity that we use in blending our finances. That immediately helped us to jump bigger, and then our farmers were able to also scale higher. So I would say these 4 points were the major things that helped us to grow and scale.
Thank you so much for taking us through that journey of different kind of unique financing that came in at the time that you needed it in your stages of growth. And what it really took for you to move subsistence farmers in Africa to an agro-industry with innovation around the first sorbitol production in Africa. I think that's a fascinating story and deserves a second round of applause. Ms. Mutwiwa, you're also an Agri-tech. Tell us a little bit about your journey and what the single biggest constraint in your eyes that you see is blocking Agri-tech from raising productivity and jobs at scale.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I feel very honored to be here representing the young people, but not only the young people. I am from Zimbabwe, and I think in many of the conversations that we're having here, Southern Africa is missing a little bit, so I'm glad that I'm here to represent that section of Africa. I am a second-generation commercial farmer. We run a family business that is an agribusiness in Zimbabwe. We are primarily into primary production, so that means most of our crops that we do, that's primary production in terms of like your horticulture, your tomatoes, your pepper. We also do tobacco, which is a very big industry in Southern Africa. Because I said I am a second generation, I'm an actual farmer, one of the things that I've been seeing, this is 3 years into me joining a family farm, so it's been very interesting and having that fresh perspective in terms of seeing exactly what's happening. One of the things that we are seeing, I also come from a development background, and what I'm seeing and realizing hasn't changed is the image of the farmer in Africa. The image of the farmer in Africa is a rural woman, and it hasn't changed in many, many years. And one of the things that we want to do in terms of attracting young people is how do we make sure that young people, I heard Miss from Mastercard Foundation talking about what young people want is reputable work, right? And we do not want to erase the image that we see of the rural farmer. I think we stand on the shoulders, I stand on the shoulders of my grandmother who has been farming, and this is the subsistence farming that we are seeing. However, we also need to be able to attract young talent into actual farming, into actual primary production. Right now, what we're seeing is a rush into agri-tech, and for good reasons, right? We also see there are structural challenges that are happening where young people are not into the primary production. That's very valid. But there is a need for us to also see what are we missing in terms of making sure that young people are not only interested in the agri-tech, but also interested in the primary production. If we do not solve the foundation, whatever we are building up from the soil is chaotic. It's not stable. Right? So one of the things that we're seeing, especially with how are we failing to push and scale productivity, especially with agri-tech, is, and I'm so glad that right now we've spoken about so many things about capital and everything, but giving it a context in agriculture is very important. I was very glad that Dr. James Wangi yesterday mentioned that agriculture remains the backbone of many African economies, including Zimbabwe. 70 to 80% of the economy of the people in African countries are employed, whether formally or informally, in agriculture. But only 2 to 6% of government funding or any other funding goes towards agriculture. We have trade agreements where I think governments have say they have to give at least more than 10%, but this is not the reality on the ground. I think only Tanzania right now is the only probably country that's past the 10%, and I think it's about 12%, correct me if I'm wrong. But so how then do we scale? We are talking about agriculture being the biggest employer, but we do not have any funding that's going into there. So the four, at least maybe 5 pillars in terms of what's blocking agri-tech from really scaling and productivity is first of all, you talk about capital mismatch. We've talking about capital is around, it's available, right? But when we're going to banks, right now in Southern Africa, we have a big blueberry boom that's for export to European and Chinese markets. However, when you go to banks and talk about, we need money to do that, they are talking about quarterly returns. That's not what happens with agriculture. With agriculture, a full blueberry plant would take 3 to 4 years to mature. How am I supposed to return that money annually or in quarterly returns? So that's one of the things that we are seeing. So we have institutions that are not understanding exactly what is happening on the primary production level, right? We're not yet talking about even manufacturing, but just on the primary production. We also have fragmented value chains. There's a huge chaos in terms of what farmers are doing and what we really need to align. So we do have laws, we have all of this, what we have talked about, but we're just not aligning them to what the farmer is supposed to do and the market as well. So we need to look at that as well. Market access constraints. I work on primary production. We are supplying to some of the biggest supermarkets in Zimbabwe. However, there is no surety of where off-take agreements in terms of what we are doing. So we find that in terms of different sectors in agriculture, there are very few that we have the model of contract farming. So for example, tobacco, which is very big in Southern Africa, most of that is through contract farming, where the off-taker is then providing resources, providing capital to the farmers. So in that way, the farmer does not have to have any trouble thinking about where am I selling to that. But we're talking about a very tiny sector of that. We're not even talking about in terms of food, actual food that we need to feed the nation. So we are failing to replicate some of these ideas that we already have on the ground. And for young people, it's even very much difficult to then access to access those resources, to access that information on how we can move forward. We also have infrastructure gaps. We have talked so much about agri-tech and moving towards manufacturing and value addition, but at the very basic level, the cold chain facilities are absent, the logistics are absent, the pack houses are absent. So what then are we doing if our level of our foundation is not that strong? How then do we build from that? So we do need to make sure that whatever we are providing, we are financing also goes into infrastructure, and infrastructure that makes sense, infrastructure that is available. I was talking to, I was exhibiting in the exhibition hall, and I was talking to a gentleman from Uganda who is talking about how they have they've managed to have an aggregation scheme where they have built facilities and agriculture facilities and even that infrastructure in different regions. We are trying to replicate that in Zimbabwe, but I'm so glad that TDB group yesterday did mention that we also have a small country syndrome. I don't want to call it a curse. If I call it a syndrome, maybe it's, we can find a solution towards it. But also have a small country syndrome where we are finding that within small countries, it is very difficult to scale because we're talking about a population. What the gentleman from Uganda was talking about is exactly what we're trying to do in Zimbabwe. But it's very difficult because of scale, because of population. Uganda's population is 3 times that of Zimbabwe. And so we need to also find ways that we can figure out what is working for this country and what is working from that other country, and then make sure that our institutions, our government, our policymakers, and even us as young people understand exactly what we can do. The last thing I wanted to mention, we keep mentioning a value addition. I can give a good example of Zambia and Zimbabwe. We have at times when we have produced too much tomatoes on the market and then it does flood. And then when we come to talk about to farmers, we talk to them about, oh, value addition. And the next thing that comes is tomato paste. There's so much we can do with tomato paste. Even in our own households, especially talking about Southern Africa, I know it's very different from Western Africa where they've varied uses of their tomato. The average household is not using any tomato paste. They are rightly using the fresh tomatoes, and how much fresh tomatoes can you use? So in thinking about the value addition that we keep mentioning, we also need to find out ways to be innovative about what kind of value addition are we doing, and does this really help the markets, the local markets that we're trying to serve, and even the regional markets that we're serving. Thank you.
Let me come to the minister, and picking up from some of the stories that some of the constraints that you've been outlining. Across the continent, we hear this a lot. We have a lot of innovative SMEs that are technology-driven, but in traditional sectors like agriculture, health, and the like. They're doing well. They have the ideas, but sometimes finance is constrained not just because of their business ideas, but by the inherent market structures that exist, or the regulatory friction that exists in those countries. In your view, what is the single biggest regulatory or market barrier that is preventing these innovative SMEs from accessing affordable finance? Or what reform would you realistically put in place to remove this barrier in the next 12 months?
Okay, thank you. Maybe I will talk about 3 points. The first one is I appreciated a lot the previous panel, and it was very insightful, the remarks that have been given. But I agree that funding an SME today in Africa is challenging, and technology today is not easy to master. But in our experience, having strong companies mastering the technology starts by funding the research and development before funding the company and the business. So R&D funding is a must to have a strong startup with a good mastering of the technology. Today in Africa, the R&D expenses are not so high in different countries. And the other issue is that R&D projects mainly are funded by foreign funds. And our pledge is to work to have an R&D African fund funding our universities, our researchers, and then giving the opportunity for our entrepreneurs and startups having the technology. In the previous panel was mentioned the fact that it's very difficult to have a funding for the R&D from an investor. It's the case. And all over the world, you will find that the R&D is partly funded by the government, but majority funded by corporates, by companies. So having incentives for companies to fund R&Ds is very important. We put in place in Algeria what we call the innovate or pay principle, which means that any big company has the choice between spending money in R&D and innovation or pay it as a tax. And this will solve two problems. The first one is the very low level of R&D expenses in Africa in general. The other is the exportation of raw material, no added value. So today we will oblige the big companies in Algeria to spend in R&D and then create a value and not exporting raw material, but exporting added value products. So funding R&D is a must before talking about funding a business. And R&D expenses are very important to have a high level of value on the products. And we are pledging for having an African R&D fund, and we can work on it together with the African Union, with the UNDP, and other international institutions. The second point is that we believe in Algeria on the youth as the locomotive of the new economy. This is why, beside of the EITF 2025, our president had launched a fund for youth African, and each edition of African Startup Conference, we are welcoming young entrepreneurs and giving them a fund. We mobilized up to $100K for young entrepreneurs from African countries having only an idea. And it is very important. Once again, I repeat what I said in my first reply. We have first to trust and take risks on African young if we want to have a strong startups on our ecosystem. The third point is that talking about funding also in the same time, philanthropy is very important, and I appreciate and really glad to have so important philanthropic institutions within us in this event. In the same time, making a business mindset on what we are doing on the field is very important and more impactful. I'll just share with you a small experience that we tested in Algeria these 5 last years. We make an assessment about the contribution of our diaspora in the Algerian economy. And we separate on 2 categories. People are doing philanthropy actions, and people are making business. And let me tell you, with respect to all these distinguished philanthropists, making a business mindset is more impactful than do it as a philanthropy. Today, our diaspora is coming back to Algeria and putting money on a business and economical mindset actions, and it's more impactful, more job creating, and more effect on the field. The last point that I want to raise, talking about funding, is the issue of informal economy, which is very important. So in Africa, and even in Algeria, we have a big part of informal economy. And one of the solutions that we tested actually in Algeria is first is to digitalize the whole process of business creation, of fundraising. It's more easy for youth to be in the process, and giving them this fully digital process. And incentive is one way to have less informal economy. The other way also is to encourage students from university having an entrepreneurial mindset instead of having the only diploma mindset. This was very important, and a big effort was done within the university, where today in Algeria, where you are preparing the final project, you have the opportunity to launch it as a startup or as a small business during your curriculum. So this also was a game changer, because the students are usually thinking about having a diploma and going abroad or trying to find a job. Today, they have another option, which is new, and we are using the products of their research, the development doing in university in order to make it as a product or a service in the market. This also, and we'll give them funding if they choose this option. So it's a way also to redirect the funding to the added value business. So the student who is choosing that the final project is toward a company, a startup, will give him funding from government. And this also is a way to give funding and then to have more added value on our products and our services. So once again, funding can be seen as a challenge, but I'm okay with our friends. It's not a so big challenge if we take the right decisions before the launch of the startups. And once again, funding research and development with an African fund is a must for us. Thank you very much.
I'm glad that you ended again with the research and development angle and sort of needing to start downstream with really investing in that full-scale understanding. You know, how do we ensure that kind of ecosystem support, whether it's R&D, whether it's idea financing, or whether it's moving individuals from sort of formal jobs to entrepreneurship within university and actually funding that? You have UNDP, who has a footprint across the continent. How is UNDP able to move from this kind of convening conversations to actually structuring the kind of bankable innovation pipelines and examples that we've been hearing that will enable future crowding in of private capital at scale?
So I do agree that capital is not the problem. We sometimes say that Africa does not have a development problem. It has a capital allocation problem. And this is really where we ought to focus. Why aren't we able to unlock this abundance of capital for Africa's development, particularly in the areas that we're talking about? There is allocation going on, but it's not really in this area that has a greater impact on an inclusive economy because of the instruments and the systems that were created traditionally that are rigged, actually, against small, medium enterprises and startups. And what we're trying to do through our programs is to see if we can unrig this, really make it. And to do that, we need an integrated, multi-stage capital pathways that go from ideation to Series A all the way to C. And I think starting with our Timbuktu initiative, we're creating a pipeline from university innovation pods. We need to bring the universities into the market. And it's quite interesting when we heard from the previous panel, Diane speaking about the university investment that really got her started. Yesterday, we went to launch the AI Unipod, University Innovation Pod for Ethiopia here. It's AI focused. It's the 16th of the university pods that we launch on the continent. And this is creating spaces that are fully equipped with all the cutting edge machinery and technology that students need to play, to experiment, to incubate, to prototype their ideas. And interviewing one of the students on one of the high-powered computers we provided was saying, we already have an enterprise. He's a freshman at the university here. He's already building a company. And all he needed was the equipment to actually take his idea to the next level. And now he has it in this university innovation pod. Minister here is thinking of putting the same unipod in his country. We need to really get this all across. And then create this multi-stage capital pathways where we bring different actors to the table, from governments to private sector, the banks. We're trying this in South Africa and other places. It's really important to note that the systems as they are now don't favor this kind of businesses. I think Yemisi's journey that she described is a demonstration of what's possible. But it's happening on an ad hoc basis. And what we have to do is make this systemic and really make sure that that young person, that young enterprise that has an idea, you hold their hand end to end through different funding stages and until they actually have a breakthrough. And I think that this is entirely possible.
Thank you.
Let me stop there because I know your time is running. Thank you.
I'm getting notice of 10 minutes. Thank you so much. But capital flows in multiple ways. So there's the domestic capital markets, there's DFIs, there's private equity, and others. Zamadine, how would you better align these different actors to crowd in the kind of long-term investment for enterprise growth and industrial job creation that Africa needs?
Right. Again, this is actually a very good, insightful question. As I said, I like practical things, not theoretical or hypothetical. I can tell you, we spend a lot of time around the world raising capital, talking to investors, whether sovereign wealth funds in the Gulf, in the US, and obviously in Europe. And as I mentioned earlier, exceptionally deep-pocketed investors who can afford to lose a lot of money, and they do lose a lot of time. When we talk about Africa, there's a reluctance. Part of the problem is the perception of risk. I've said this many, many times in other panels and all that. One of the first things we need to address in Africa is the issue of perception. And let me tell you, when I was at Ernst & Young as a managing partner, we used to publish this annual report called the Africa Attractiveness Survey. It's a very good report. So this was many years ago. I was part of the team that was putting it together. We contributed to. And I remember one year we did a survey of investors' perception of Africa, those who actually invested on the continent and those who actually heard about Africa from the media, from whatever, CNN, BBC, or whatever. It's really remarkable the response we got. Those who've done business in Africa were overwhelmingly positive about investing and doing business in Africa. And these are actually people who put money on the ground. But in complete contrast, those who've never set foot in Africa or maybe visited one or two countries as a tourist and all they get is a perception of Africa from the media, had just the opposite view of Africa. So that we need to address this huge, it's a real factor. As I said, people talk in trillions. It's not a joke in the rest of the world, okay? So part of it is. So this also leads me to the next question, because how do you crowd in private capital? There's a term that I recently came across called prejudice premium. This is the premium that Africa is paying far and above other countries. Part of it is, again, the real risk, but also overlaid out with the perception risk. And investors are looking for what's called a prejudice premium, an extra premium for coming to Africa, to investing in Africa. I like to give Bloomberg the credit for coining this term, prejudice premium. But if you look at the ratings of African governments, the sovereign ratings or corporate Africa, it's much higher than what it should be. So then it ends up discouraging investors who are demanding unrealistically high returns for similarly priced. And this is an amazing thing. I remember the former head of the African Development Bank talking about Africa being at a disadvantage, and we paying hundreds of billions, tens of billions more every year because investors think that their money is at risk, even though, and to get this, Africa has the lowest default rate of any emerging economy or segment in the world. You can check this, you can Google this, it's not even a mystery, but it's not factored in the ratings, in the investor perspective. The lowest default rate of any emerging sector in the world is in Africa, but we pay much higher premium. So when you talk about crowding in, bringing in people like us and others we raise capital from, these are some of the issues. But we also, as Africans, of course, have to take responsibility for making it. We can't just say, we'll pay the foreigners. I mean, look at the FDI figures. We get less than 5% of global FDI in Africa. Less than 5%. In the space that we're in the venture capital space, it's even tinier. In the private equity space, it's even tinier. So these issues, from the perception, from the real risk, also has to be addressed. But let me just give you a couple of things, and then I'll close, since I may not get another round. One is, from an African perspective, we have to address the issue of ease of doing business. Capital flows where it's needed most, where it's attractive most. I know we have this idealistic notion that people will come in because they love Africa and other things. No, it flows where it's needed, where it thinks it's going to make more money than the rest of the world. So if we make it easy for people to come and invest here, private capital as well as other types of capital will flow much higher than it is today. So the ease of doing business. The rule of law. I get pitched deals, I have to, without exaggerating, at least once a day, somewhere in the world. I mean, really, honestly, okay? You can ask my wife, she's sitting here, she's always saying, why are you spending all your time listening to deals? If we look at 100 deals a year, we might do 3 or 4 of them, right? So we have to make sure that the first thing I ask is, what country is it? Before I even ask about the opportunities, is the rule of law there? If my investment is not protected, I'm talking about as a global investor, as someone. So the rule of law has to be embedded, the bedrock of everything that we do in Africa. Okay, if people don't feel like it's protected, then they won't call it. I don't care what the IRR say. You can give me 100% IRR, but if I can't get my money out, if I can't do the business deals the way it's supposed to be. And the final point is, and I'm happy the UN is doing the $100 million funding, the investment fund you're doing, because we need to bring in institutional investors like the UN, the DFIs, to come in and de-risk it for us. Private capital needs someone to de-risk, to take the first tranche before we come in. Okay, so that's the final, which I call PPP. Let me conclude though. Okay, this is my conclusion. This is just, me. I'm very frank when I'm on CNN or BBC or whatever on the private panel. I always say this: if in Africa we think poor, we act poor, we'll remain poor. That is a fact. This has to change. Okay, it's not a poor continent. Yes, our GDP is 3 trillion. We're fragmented. So if we don't act together, I'm happy to see the AFCFTA is now in place. But it needs, because as investors, we like big markets. This is a fact. It doesn't mean that each country can't have its priorities, but if we aggregate ourselves as a community, as countries coming together, if Africa acts like, let me give you a very good example and you'll be amazed. We're heavy into the airline business in Africa, for example. Okay, we invest a lot, we've done 14 of them, a lot of them. In Africa today, to fly from one African country to another, I need a license and a permission, what's called bilateral air service agreement for every one of them. You go to Europe, much wealthier continent, although at the moment it is wealthier than Africa, one day we'll get there. Any European carrier can fly from one African country to another without restriction. And you multiply that with many other sectors in Africa. So when we're asking about investors to come in, let's stop pretending that the competition is the country next to us. It's not. It's China, it's Vietnam, it's the US, it's Europe. So we all have to come together with a $3 trillion GDP in aggregate. It might sound exciting, it's actually smaller than the UK's GDP. So these are just some practical things that we see. And so as I said, finally, rebrand Africa. Tell our narrative the way we should be told. Otherwise, if we cede it to someone else, you'll see the results. We get prejudice premiums and other perception risks that is deterring investments in Africa. We don't get our fair share. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And that continental country overview, I think, gives us a good counteract, I think, for the next two panelists, because I want to now bring it down to the agri-entrepreneur, and that's SME farmer that is trying to go use innovation, use technology, and move from sustainable agriculture to the work that you're doing to scaling agro-enterprises while creating quality jobs. And I'm addressing the same question to the both of you. From your viewpoint, where you are today in your respective companies, what forms of capital or what forms of financing instruments and partnerships do you think is most urgently needed? And would you say this is also the same for other agri-entrepreneurs that are using technology to make that shift?
Thank you. I would say majorly blended finance. At the stage where we are now, blended finance, that is both equity and loans. Loans that is available at a good rate that can make us be able to compete with the Asian countries. We are actually competing. What we are producing is raw material for the industry. And of course, in agricultural space, what we are doing when we transform raw material into semi-finished goods or finished goods that is used as raw material for other development or other products, you are competing with Asia and India and that part of the world. And these guys can land this product very, very cheap because they have access to very, very cheap funds. So I would say blended finance that is coming in at a very patient rate and at good interest rate. Then I will now look at other manufacturers or other guys that are not at my scale that are just about to start. I'll quickly say that we need a kind of finance in Africa that actually address intelligent innovators. Because majority of the reason why we move raw material out of Africa is because we are not able to transform them into higher end products that can give better returns. Not because we also cannot transform them, it's because we don't have the kind of funding that can actually lift the the young entrepreneurs who have the innovation to turn a particular raw material into a form, a higher end product. I believe that we have to be intentional. Provide a kind of funding, and most times it has to be grants that can turn, grants or angel investors that can turn an idea at the raw stage into a stage where it can be magnified. If we don't, we'll continue to export raw material. Not because the ideas to transform these products are not available in the country. They are available in the continent. But those who have these ideas don't have the right fit funding. Most of the time, the commercial banks will say, we can't touch it. Nobody has done it in Africa. Show me an example where we can see it. Okay, we want to visit a similar company anywhere in Africa. It's not available. They dump it. Yet, this same idea will be sold to someone in China, and in 3 months, that thing comes back as a novel product that we start to import again into Africa. So we need to be innovative. We need to be intentional. The word is intentionality. We need to be intentional. Create a funding where young minds can go with innovative ideas and pitch. And then let's make it big. We have such booklets all over the continent. But where you have 10,000 ideas and only 5 is being funded, the gap is too wide. We need to close the gap. We need to make sure that when 10,000 ideas come, we're able to at least do it 1,000. At least 10% of them, not 0.1% of every idea that comes will get attention. If we do this, and we have milestones, you will see that in no time we will have great projects, we will have great innovations that can be funded first with maybe grants or crowdfunding, and then they can go to the next stage where they are able to attract single-digit funding and then eventually get equity funding, and it becomes something that can be replicated. But if we don't, then we continue to replicate the same story year in, year out.
Thank you. I don't know how I can follow that. But thank you very much. I think when I'm thinking about this, productivity, scale, and capital, it's one conversation. It's one system. We have productivity on this side, we have scale that's going to be a multiplier, and the bridge between that is just the capital. So we want a patient capital that understands agriculture timelines, that understands that this is not about monthly or quarterly returns, but understanding when a farmer is actually going to be productive and then can be able to scale. The other thing is about blended finance structure. I think we've had enough of, we've spoken a lot about that, but I'm very glad that we also introduced the philanthropic aspect of it today. Yesterday we were talking about Afrexim Bank, we talked about even the local capital that's also available, but once we include all those factors, I think you also de-risk your project, and we also need to know that. I think as young people, the one thing that's also missing, I'm glad you spoke about confidence as young people, actually looking for information and then being able to use that information. The Brazil project that I was spoken about, I'm not sure how many young people would know that they can access this, but it would be good for them to know this information, to be able to look for that information and then have the confidence to then access those kinds of projects as well. The last thing, maybe credit backed by confirmed buyers, that's very important as well, especially when you're looking at small-scale farmers. If I know that my product, I have a guaranteed off-taker, I do not have the worry in terms of knowing where my product is going to go. And that also makes me be able to invest and scale beyond what we are thinking. The last thing that I wanted to mention in closing is the storytelling. I think that's very important. And maybe the next roundtable will touch on this. But storytelling, especially in all the aspects, not just in entertainment, but also how we are telling our stories in agriculture, how we are telling our stories in different sectors, I think that's very important. We need to stop looking at agriculture as a peasant or a subsistence farming. Those stories are equally as important, but what we're seeing young people doing right now, that's incredible. But not many people know what we are doing in agriculture. So whilst we are honoring the rural woman, I think we also need to elevate the young commercial farmer to know that these are very valid jobs that can be taken up. These are very valid opportunities in the sectors that we need to go beyond, what our foremothers and grandmothers did for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I don't know about you, but I really enjoyed this panel and the discussions from our panelists. I think what we heard today is very clear. Innovation is certainly not Africa's constraint. We heard a lot about the need to align policy with the different types of capital that exist that we can tap into and that is being formed across the continent. We heard a lot about the needs of the enterprises directly. The need to manage our perception of risk, both continentally, but also at the enterprise level, and the fact that we really need to actually invest in R&D. I mean, these are just some small amount of the multitude of insights that I've gained. I want you to join me in thanking our distinguished panelists, and thank you so much, audience, for being so patient.
Go ahead and take a photo. One more round of applause for a wonderful panel and a wonderful moderator, Ms. Hayat Abdul Malik. Thank you so much for that. I just think all the panels we've had yesterday and today have just been spectacular and deep. It's just been a great 2 days. Now, we're going to change the run of show slightly. It's just a little change, but it's a change I think you'll like, actually. We were going to go to a break and a knowledge fair visit for about 20 or 30 minutes or so, and then come back for the final panel and the closing. But we're not going to do that, actually. We're going to go for lunch for an hour. And then we're going to come back for Afrofuturism, which is a panel that has some of Africa's most creative, exciting creatives. And then we're going to have the grand close for ABF 2026. So this is the way it will work. The Executive Secretary of the ECA, Executive Secretary Gatete, invites all our speakers and our VIP guests, ministers and so on, speakers from both days, to join him in the speakers' dining area that they were in yesterday. My colleagues will show and usher you there. And for the rest of us, I warmly invite you, together with my colleagues, to the lunch area where we ate yesterday, which is the giant white tent, where if you were here yesterday, you'll know what I'm talking about. If not, just ask any of my colleagues and they'll direct you. 1 hour, and then we'll be back for the grand finale, the last Afrofuturism panel, it's called, scaling Ethiopia's creative industries, and then the close. So please, 1 hour and be back here for the close of ABF 2026. Thank you. Okay, we're back. Welcome back, you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back from lunch. I hope that the conversations and networking were as nutritious as the wonderful Ethiopian cuisine. Now we've reached almost the finish line for ABF 2026. All that's left is our final panel and then some words from our host, E.S. Gatete. So let's get straight into it. Our final session for the Africa Business Forum 2026 spotlights Ethiopia's creative sector as a bankable growth frontier, a real pathway to jobs, to exports, and returns across film, across music, across fashion, and across digital content. What we're going to do is going to look at how we move from raw talent to structured value chains, from ideas to productions, IP, distribution, audience, monetization, and cross-border markets. So this is not a story about just the creative content. It's about what type of deals, for example, can we do? What kind of partnerships? What kind of policy? How do you get the financing to finance? You can unlock the capital to finance your businesses and open doors for young women and young creators. What a moderator I have for you. Your moderator is an independent journalist and the founder of Beyond the Noise. It's a weekly online news show dedicated to providing new perspectives on stories affecting Africans and the Black diaspora. She's a broadcaster, she's a writer. Please welcome Ms. Hanan Ferjani.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Welcome back from lunch. It's always a bit challenging to be moderating the last session of a conference, but I figure the theme here is pretty compelling. As Mark just mentioned, the last session is dedicated to speaking about creative capital, investing in Ethiopia's cultural economy, and we have a brilliant panel to discuss the issues, what is at the crux of the issue of developing a creative ecosystem, but also all the opportunities available. Across Africa, I think you'll agree with me, creativity isn't the issue. Value capture is. From Nollywood to Afrobeats to African fashion, our talents travel the world, but too often the economic return for creatives are insufficient, if not non-existent. Ethiopia is at a pivotal moment. Its film, music, fashion, and digital sectors could drive jobs, exports, and investment. But weak IP systems, fragmented distribution, and lack of financing hinder the development of a creative ecosystem and industry. So the various questions we're going to ask today and explore are what makes a creative business investable, what builds real investor confidence, but also from the other standpoint and vantage point, how do we ensure that the creatives themselves, the artists, the content creators, the singers, the fashion designers, women, young people, don't just get visibility, but can build ownership and retain capital as well for themselves and participate in fostering this ecosystem that we want to see. Now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to welcome our panelists for this session. And I think some of them probably need no introduction, especially in the context of Ethiopia. But please welcome our first panelist, Eyob Alemaihu. He's the founder of Usekal Entertainment, a producer working at the intersection of storytelling and commercially viable production, focusing on building scalable creative projects within Ethiopia's entertainment sector. We can give him another round of applause, please. Also with us as part of this panel, Mariam Zeudi. She is the founder of Aklogs Fashion, an internationally recognized Ethiopian fashion brand, positioning Ethiopian design in global and diaspora markets while navigating production and export constraints. And last but not least, we have Betty G. She's a singer and songwriter. Ladies and gentlemen, give her a round of applause. One of Ethiopia's leading contemporary artists, blending traditional Ethiopian sound with global audiences. And we're going to please give her Another warm round of applause as she makes her way into the podium. So as I've mentioned prior, the purpose of this session is not only to celebrate the creativity that we have on the continent and specifically in Ethiopia, but also to identify where opportunity exists and where capital is currently blocked, or where we can actually make sure that it trickles down to the right places. I'll start with you, Ayob. Maybe we start to sort of see the perspective of an investor. If an investor walked into this room today and said, where can I put my money in Ethiopia's creative economy and see a real return? What would you say to them?
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. The creative industry has been forgotten as an industry in Ethiopia, to some extent in Africa as well. Meaning it's not even considered as an industry, but it has a lot of potential in terms of business aspect, but also amplification in creating impact. So for that, I would say the best investment for a quick return would be the infrastructure. We don't have any proper infrastructure, starting from intellectual property and continuing to proper record label, distribution, and all that stuff. So infrastructure makes a huge difference for a quick return, because that sets the tone in making a difference.
And by infrastructure, do you mean creating concert arenas? Do you mean creating specifically for the creative industry?
In the music industry,
yeah.
You need a proper infrastructure to actually capitalize, to make money off of the music. Infrastructure meaning intellectual property, as I mentioned earlier, record label for production. An artist, up-and-coming artist, has to get a lot of initial funding to get the lyrics, arranging, and also performance. They don't have that kind of chances for them to strive and grow. So that infrastructure will fulfill all of this, and also makes a difference in the business aspect of it, to make it profitable.
Maybe I'll throw it then to Betty G, and you could potentially react to what Ayob just said in terms of the infrastructure that needs to be created, namely record labels. Is that something that you feel is also lacking?
Thank you. I would say yes, it is needed, but part of the infrastructure, I would say, I just don't focus on once you have become an artist, but on going back and creating different artists. I have a lot of young talents that come to me and say, what should I do? Or what can I do to be a singer? And there are no schools that I can send them to, no guiding places to send them to. And usually parents are not very thrilled to let their kids pursue in this journey, because they think it's not lucrative enough. But it could be lucrative if we see it from the business perspective. Most of the time we just focus on the fact that it's just art or performed art. But performed art is what preserves and introduces and promotes a country, a generation, in a culture. So I would say if we have schools, if music was started early on from KG, it would help them not just be musicians, but help them in their other studies as well. And at the same time, if they can pursue that as an advanced education, then that we can have more professionals that know what to do, express themselves in different stages, and singing wouldn't just be for those who are just talented, and at the same time for those who wants to enjoy it as well.
And that's also a crucial issue, right? Because when we think of the creative industries as a whole, as a sector that can be lucrative, then we can also say to young people, you don't have to be a starving artist if your passion lies there, but you can actually make a living out of it and potentially even create more jobs, create opportunities for others. I would love to hear from your perspective as a fashion designer, which also comes with its own set of challenges. What do you think is also lacking in terms of building an ecosystem, but also what would you say to an investor that wants to look at the creative?
Okay, first and foremost, I'm actually very privileged to be part of this panel, and I'm actually very thankful because I'm also here from the program of Mastercard Foundation, which is actually giving us the access to this kind of rooms, which is also one of the big constraints that the youth actually is facing, because access is one of the most important things to scale. So I just wanted to say that foremost. And coming back to your question, I think most of the things, for example, talent, innovation, and the ambition of young people is growing more than ever. The problem is the ecosystem, like you said. So the challenges that we face to grow and to scale are many. Mentioning a few from those is, for example, logistics. Logistics costs are very high, and also financial fragmentation is one of the big constraints. Because when you think of, I can actually mention from my past experience in Accra, Ghana, which people actually wanted to buy my clothings. I was standing in Accra, but we didn't have payment system that linked Accra and Ethiopia. So in Africa, we basically have 277 mobile wallets and more than 500 banks, which actually don't talk to each other. So the gap in the financial, in the finance fragmentation is very severe, because, as I said, but few solutions are coming into place. For example, the Pan-African, the PAPS, the Pan-African Payment Settlement and Solution is one of the big solutions that is coming into place. But that needs to be integrated to the e-commerce and integrated to the SMEs, so that e-commerce businesses can be actually integrated in those systems. And we wouldn't have to go to a third-party currencies. So that is mainly the problem that I see. And mostly going back to what are we offering, I would say value-added manufacturing is one of the things that investors could actually see in our talents, because taking our 100% hand-woven cotton and applying industrial precision to it is what we're doing. So we're not just putting investment on art, we're actually putting investment on scalable industries, and also that consistency is what investors can put money on. So I would say that's the main thing.
I'm interested, you mentioned the logistical issue, and of course as a fashion designer, of course your market is a local market, but you want to be able to access other audiences and other consumers beyond Ethiopia, and this is where sometimes the challenge lies. How important is e-commerce for you, and how important is it to build around digital platforms so you can effectively sell online, but also then be able to distribute, ship abroad? How big is it in terms of where your vision is for your brand?
I'm actually very happy that you mentioned that, because my business started off, now also it's working on e-commerce. We don't have a physical store because we wanted to start it off by e-commerce, but that actually came with a lot of challenges. For example, we actually ship to America, Canada, and Middle East currently, but we actually do that through e-commerce and through our shipping partners like DHL and Post Office. But for the payment and logistics, it's very costly, you know. And for a very starting up business, that actually comes off from the profit margin, and that will actually come to kill the business, because profit margins are usually lower for startup businesses. So we don't actually, for example, for the bank transactions, they say there's a transaction fee, but I don't actually see it as a transaction fee. It's like a tax on creativity, and it's like an invisible border between us. So it's like it's a tax on creativity, which actually takes on the, like I said, the profit margin. So it's actually a big challenge, but the e-commerce is very important because we have to be linked to the world. You know, we can't just take care. So being the most important thing to scale and being yet the most difficult thing to conquer is actually a very thin line between. So I would say, like I mentioned, the payments and the logistics fees to be lower, because like I said, if, for example, the ecosystem is not moving as fast as our creativity, then the scalability would actually come in question again. So I think that would.
Interestingly enough, you all come from 3 different sort of sectors in the creative industries: film, music, fashion. I wonder if you can speak to what you believe the misconception is about investing in your respective sectors. Do people and investors, namely, think that it's better to invest in film, fashion, or music, or none of the above? Can we start with you, Betty?
I would say that we don't have investors, enough investors, or none whatsoever on the music industry. Whenever we try to release something, we have to go door to door to different sponsors, and it makes it sound like we're like begging, not asking for funding. And in the end, a brand that has a motive of promoting itself might sponsor me, but that's the only channel we have so far. So I would say there's no funding, and it's actually very discouraging as an artist, because you have done what is needed in the studio, and then you have to put it out and then convince the marketer, which is not your sector, because you can create but not convince. You're not a salesperson, but that is required as an artist in a country such as Ethiopia, because the proper infrastructure is not there. Like, the record label is not there. The people who are investing are not believing in the income and the revenue of it. They're just sponsoring because they want to promote their products, which is totally different and actually takes the whole idea, the whole purpose of it. And I would say there's none.
Okay, so a bit of a grim picture there, but it's real, it's the reality. Do you echo the same sentiment when it comes to production, film production? Although you do produce some commercials as well, but what is your perspective on this?
So it's not a very, it's lucrative, but it's not a very obvious type of lucrative business in the creative industry. The rest of the world, let's say the developed countries, can actually make money off of it because they laid out their infrastructure properly and they can see the outcome before they invest in it. But in our case, again, I go back to the lack of infrastructure. The investors cannot see it as a lucrative business. On top of that, one thing that we miss in this aspect is like this creative industry is louder than any other industry, meaning in agriculture, we say we need agriculture to survive, to eat, technology and all that stuff, but there's nothing like the entertainment and the creative industry to actually amplify whatever message you want to take. So it's not only from a business point of view and also like monetary value, but also in that aspect, any international, any company always wants some kind of like marketing segment. And they always come to us for when an artist already flourished and when it become big. But before that, we need to create that infrastructure for them to grow, and then you start from scratch. That's also a benefit than just the monetary value.
To sort of start at the very beginning, to help creativity and creatives just begin and follow them along in the journey.
Correct, and harvest it like from scratch, and then you benefit a lot.
Sika Mariam, maybe your perspective as well on this?
Yeah, basically what they said. because our industries are very like similar, yeah. So as we said, I would say there's no funding because there are a lot of things that things and talents that are actually coming up, and as far as brands, there are a lot of many brands that are very contemporary designs and which are very fashion forward and which can actually be moved to the global stage. But how are we going to do that? That is where we are stuck. So we need the finances, the accesses, we need the informations, we need people to come in this kind of rooms and actually make impacts. So it's very limited. The informations that we have are very limited. So as far as what also Ayub said, I would actually agree too, because for fashion industries too, for example, speaking for my experience, for my brand, it's actually been, as I said, it's a e-commerce business, and we're actually moving to a physical store, but that needs the ecosystem backup that the society can give, and also the institutions and maybe even microfinances and stuff like that. So for those, we need accesses, like I said. So yeah, basically we need a lot of push from a lot of institutes so that we could actually scale, because the market is actually there. Speaking from my experience, we have a lot of brands that can actually go across borders, but right now they're actually very non-existent, I might say. So.
Betty G, you mentioned earlier that oftentimes artists that you meet and that you know, maybe even it was your experience at the beginning, have to act not only as artists and do what they know how to do, but also sometimes as salespeople to be able to secure sponsorship or whatever the case may be. But there's also another side of creativity that often gets overlooked, is the fact that the protection is not very much present. There's no legislation and a very lack of understanding that when you create something that you have to protect it as well. What is your experience from the perspective of copyright and also protection of artists in general, and what do you feel needs to be done to bridge the gap?
So I was personally, I was a secretary for Ethiopian IP rights for musicians, and we were literally fighting to be able to register our songs and then collect royalties. So the thing is, the law is here, it's not implemented. So everything is just ready. All we need to do is just find the implementers or to make it happen. We were, from my personal experience, we were even told to give pricing of what we should earn from every song that was played. And only musicians, we were singers, sitting on a table and trying to just, figure what to ask, how to ask, and to really find TV stations and radio stations, convince them that it's beneficial not just for them, but not just for us, but for everybody else. But we had to do it as an artist. It wasn't our mandate nor our knowledge, but we had to do it because it was needed to be done. But after that, still, it's not implemented yet. So if we can get it protected, then we can earn a decent living out of it. And the other thing would be, in other countries, they can sell their songs online. We don't have that. We used to have CDs. Now that technology is out of business, we are not in it anymore. And a substitute means of selling is not there yet. So once I am done with producing something, if people hear it, then I am happy. If I make something of it, that would be even more. But the reason why I said that is because we make we make money out of concerts. In order for me to be invited to different concerts, then I want people to hear my song. So I would actually post or push my art for free, so I can get a revenue eventually.
And the issue that has to do with the new kind of business models for music is that streaming is a huge part of that, but it's non-existent.
It's not existent here.
I wonder how that applies to your sectors and how you feel from the experiences that you've already shared, but and other stories can ensure that creatives, so fashion designers, producers, actors, can retain value for themselves and be protected. Can we start with you, Ayub?
Let me start from concert production, or you mentioned Ethiopia earlier on. We are a very music-loving society. We love music, we enjoy it, but when it comes to payment, we have issues in paying for it in any form or shape. The live show experience, people want to listen the music and go, but there's no culture for the people to come and pay for a concert to see an artist like Betty, to see them live perform. That's created a constraint in planning big-scale concerts and also to make it more international, that we can actually have other communities also to come watch. And the other barrier when it comes to this is language. We're very segregated from the rest of Africa because of the language barrier. That also creates a constraint in crossing over our contents for the rest of Africa. And the other thing earlier mentioned is like anywhere these festivals and concerts are produced in support with private sector, meaning companies who want the exposure using, affiliating themselves with this kind of content excitement. But when it comes to that, it's really hard for the business community to actually invest in this kind of stuff. And for them they don't see the benefit they're getting in terms of marketing, and in that relation, they don't really see the vision and what kind of implications it would get for their products. But now it's slightly growing, and the content creators also are being in this aspect. Now we're getting a lot of content creators, influencers, using this platform, and these kids are making a good money, but it's not enough for them also to survive off of it.
I'll throw the same question to you.
Speaking for IP for the fashion and textile industry, nowadays it's coming into place because I myself, for example, have taken a lot of trainings of how we can register our IP rights for creative works. But that is a little bit challenging when it comes to under our industry because, for example, for clothing, how many patterns can I go and register on IP rights, because we come out with a lot of collections every year, with a lot of new pieces. So every designer at this point is now at a point where we just create new pieces when one is actually when one is actually copied. But that shouldn't be the case because this is another constraint for small businesses, for small fashion brands for us. Because even the fashion designers that you might think are very big could actually copy some of small business brands. So that will actually be a very slow downfall for the beginner designers for us. So for the youth and especially women-owned businesses for the textile and fashion industry, I think I would say, for example, if you have, for example, for me, I make suits, which are from 100% hand-woven fabrics, which are incorporated with our handmade, with our hand embroidery. So, for example, suits are not usually done with hand-woven fabrics. So one of the things that are very distinct for your brand, go and register it. Other than that, for the collections that you produce every year, it's very hard to go and register every pattern, So I think there should be a system where we could actually also register in a larger form, because I was also informed that if one pattern is registered, if one piece is changed on that pattern, then another person can go and register it as a new one. So that is very challenging because, you know, for fashion, it's always, you tweak a lot of some designs and you create it as a new one. So I think we should also, as the now registering part is really good, I think we should also come up with a way with how we can register it in a more bulker form.
That's an interesting and tangible sort of solution that you're offering, it, which brings me to what I believe is going to be the last bit of this before we open to Q&As, because we have about another, I want to say, less than 10 minutes before we give the opportunity to the floor to also contribute or make comments. But I would love to hear maybe, even though you've mentioned your perspective on what needs to be done, but more of your tangible ideas for solutions to move things forward for this ecosystem as a whole, bearing in mind that we're talking about a market that we believe needs to be more inclusive and needs to put the creative at the center. And I can start with you, Betty G. If you were to say one particular measure, whether it's policy or coming from international organization, from government, that needs to be done just to protect and to also help retain value for creatives.
I think, first of all, I would say policies are there, they're just not implemented. Our problem is not with policy, they're there. We just need to put them on the ground and make sure that everybody benefits from it. And focus on investment and consider performing art as an investment. As an investment, not just because it has a revenue right away, but because we were told earlier on this panel that we have to change our narratives. We have to change how we're perceived. And we can only do that through art, through movies, through fashion, through music. And that's the only way we can really change the stereotype that we have and attract investors into the continent. So I would say invest in us, not because you'll make something out of it, but it's a necessity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Betty. Mariam.
Okay, I would say for the fashion industry, we can say that we're not actually just designing clothes. We're not actually just making clothes. We are actually engineering a scalable manufacturing industry that actually is, I might say, 200 meeting a 2,000 years of heritage to a standard take-back which is globally accepted. That is what we're doing. We're not just designing clothes. So for that, I would actually say it shouldn't be celebrated, like she said, just an art form. It should be actually treated as an industrial infrastructure, and it should be actually seen as a industry which can be investable and which can actually be a very multi-million-dollar business industry. So I would say we should treat it as an industrial manufacturing, as an industrial infrastructure.
And once again, you're also echoing the sentiment of Betty, which is to say you're not doing us a favor. You're really basically understanding the value of the sector that could create real revenue for investors, for the economy as a whole, and just be part of the journey. And reframe the narrative, as you mentioned. Ayob, maybe one thought on this?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, where do I begin? So, the creative industry, just to give an example, America is today the America we see because of Hollywood. It's a huge, huge impact in creating that branding, and also for people to want to be an American. That much that's it kind of impacted us. But also it's a very, it's a huge multi-billion-dollar industry. So name it the movie, the music, and also export their culture for the rest of the world. That can bring investors. That can also create that brand that everybody wants to spend money on whatever product they have, which escalates the amount of money the country can get. And the other aspect, government or the country itself has to look at this as an industry, meaning there are different pillars. There's agriculture, there is construction, there is this and that. Just like that, the creative industry has to be considered as an industry for them to invest in every way. Let's say if I start an agricultural company, I can import stuff tax-free for whatever purpose, but there's no creative equipment that can be imported without tax. That actually we get taxed more in different aspects. So this is one. The other one is for the private sector also to look at it as an industry, to invest in it, to regain an ROI is huge if we really can invest in it from a scratch, from the beginning, starting from the infrastructure to where that can flourish at the end of the day. And the other thing I would say is also to have that culture for people to gather and have big festivals that can bring, actually as a continent, and can bring Africa's rich in culture, to bring people together, and that unity will actually have an impact on the economy. I think those would be the solutions, I would think. Thank you.
And you did mention having all the actors that have a stake in this participate and create synergy. So we're talking about governments, we're talking about private sector, we're talking about international institutions. There are initiatives, we haven't had time to mention them, but maybe they'll come up in questions. That are being also put forth by organizations like Affection Bank. We have CANEX, other organizations that are also creating programs. The question is, how much can it really make a change in terms of how many people are part of this creative industry and that want to be able to live and make a living from being creatives. That will allow for me to segue into the Q&A session. We have about 15 minutes, 20 minutes for questions. And I will urge you all, if you have any contributions you want to make them practical and concise, maybe present yourself. And also just kind of looking at all the little themes that we've addressed, from infrastructure to financing to funding to protection. If you have comments that are practical and solution oriented, that's even better. So yeah, we're open for questions now. And please make sure that you also say who you're addressing your question to. Mercy.
Hi everyone. It's very good to have the creative sector featured here at the ACA and in Africa Hall, which itself is a huge representation of what African creativity can do. I'm very interested in the question of creating the infrastructure needed to support the sector, especially on policy making. And I want to throw this question to our boss, who's seated right there, Mr. Gatete, and ask, he has a lot of work under his belt in supporting this sector. And the question I have to our leaders is, how can ECA and its partners start looking at data that helps policymakers create that infrastructure? Because I think part of the problem that the sector faces is there's not enough data on how many events are being organized, how many concerts are being organized, how much money is coming out of concerts. When Betty performs, oh, by the way, Betty used to work for the ECA, so it's really good to see her in this sector. But how much money is being made? It's a huge gap in data collection. And yes, I think you might have some thoughts on this. Knowing that Hollywood, for instance, is a massive contributor to the US GDP, the Beatles contributed massively to the UK GDP, ABBA contributed massively to the Swedish GDP. This is documented. How can the continent begin to document its own contributions, financial contributions to this sector, so that we are able to see the real value, so that policymakers can see the real value and also begin to really support this sector, because it is really underfunded on this continent. Thank you.
So we're going to open the floor to you. Oh, okay. We have a question there.
Yeah, thank you. I'm called Musingus Laban Joshua. I'm from Uganda. I believe we're talking about a very nice, interesting sector here because from COVID, most of us were into lockdown, and this is a sector that at least helped us to create a kind of creativity into our homes or into our families. But we have realized, for example, in a country like Uganda, we have managed to create avenues through government and public-private partnerships where we are incentivizing this sector and we are providing a fund for the creatives. And we have seen that the young people have also shifted into this sector. But I don't know about Ethiopia. I think I've been seeing that they've been saying there is no, the urge for government to come into this sector. I believe that if we can, as well as people, create the private-public partnerships arrangement, not only in the agriculture sector, not only in the tourism sector, but in the creative sector. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry as well. But to the producer there, Mr. Ayo, how have you managed to incentivize this sector for the young people? You have over 70% of the population in Ethiopia being young people, and these are 100 million people plus. Look at the region of East Africa. We are over millions of young people. We have created what you call the Icon Awards in Uganda. I think you've been seeing them. They have moved in Rwanda, they have moved to Uganda, they have moved to Nigeria. The interconnection between the different continents, how have you managed as Ethiopia or as the world here today? This is my second time in this forum. I came last year, I'm here this year. I hope next year we're going to be discussing avenues where now we can have tangible results. So Ayob, over to you. How have you incentivized this sector for the young people to feel like they need to be involved in it and then create avenues like this where you can discuss with the policy people? Thank you very much.
I think, my friend, welcome to Ethiopia. I think you understood the problem and the bottleneck of the issue. As you mentioned, you have a PPP that's handled by the government, private sector, because they understood the value of this industry, because they have acknowledged it as an industry. We are so behind when it comes to acknowledging it as an industry. It exists, we live with it, we know, we listen to music, we watch movies, but there's no proper setup for this industry to be A, protected, B, also to be invested on. The private sector or the big financial institutions are not looking into it. They don't value it. And that's whatever model you guys are using, we're willing to take it. But how we sustain it is technically, okay, I have an entertainment company, but I also do other businesses. So I always feed the entertainment segment from the other businesses to make it sustainable, to make it stay alive, because I see the value, and somehow, some way, one time it has to blow, because we have over 120 million people. That number is big. We're next to Nigeria, supposedly. But in terms of revenue, when it comes to creative sector, Nigeria has actually took the whole percentage of the African country, whereas we're not significant. So this needs a huge intervention from, especially I think big institutions like Mastercard Foundation and the government, that can actually change the narrative and to actually set up this as an industry and to make it grow, which has a lot of impact. Thank you.
Thank you for also offering a tangible sort of model that works elsewhere, and for allowing the panelists to think about how that can be replicated in Ethiopia specifically. Do we have any more comments or contributions? Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Elshadai Shatu. I am from the private sector. I am a structural engineer by profession. As we know, Africa spent billions of dollars repairing infrastructure due to the material failure. So my question is, what mechanisms are being developed to fast-track adaptation of local developed engineering innovations that extend infrastructure span? Because as you see, I am also an innovative researcher, and there are many users like me. So we do have such ideas, but we need to make it in ground. So I need the answer for this question. Thank you so much.
Did you address the question to someone specifically? I didn't catch that.
To the leader of the ECA.
I'm sorry?
For
the leader. Is here. Okay, not for you. Thank you very. We have on this side.
Hi, this question is to Betty specifically, and I wanted to ask, growing up specifically in Ethiopian culture, we have this taboo thinking of that music is very looked down upon. It's not like conventionally attractive to Ethiopian people, or even art in general, because if we say we want to become an artist or we want to do music, our parents, they're not too happy with it. So how do we fix the view of society and community when young people want to become artists or want to be singers and so on? Also, second question, we kind of lack the infrastructure that connects us to foreign banks, to foreign currency. That's one of the reasons people don't want to be involved in it. So how do you suggest we fix that?
As I mentioned earlier, yes, it is a taboo to be an artist. It was even more so back in the days, but nowadays we're actually very proud that I am on a panel. So that means a lot. A lot have changed, but we still have a lot to go forward for. I would suggest education first, because we can't educate parents, but we can educate them through their children. So if kids from kindergarten starts seeing it as art, but not something degrading or sinful, it would help parents to accept this sector, and at the same time focus on the business side of it. But that can only come when investors are willing to invest. Because right now, I remember when my mom said, I've always wanted to be a singer, and I told her that's what I'm going to do. And there's no way she's going to change my mind. So the only thing she agreed was to just finish my education. And then once I graduated, I could be one. And I did. And then once she saw the struggle I was having to release an album, she said, I wouldn't have let you do it if I had known that it would be a struggle. It would be this much struggle. So it all comes down to we need investors who are willing and trusting to invest in it as well, and education to just change the stereotype of it.
Thank you, Betty. We have a question over here from the gentleman.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Johannes Kazal from the Ethiopian Center for Development. So it's just a point of reflection that I wanted to forward towards the panel. Maybe sorry if I might ruffle a few feathers, but I just wanted to engage people that are here. Is there anyone from financial institutions or maybe private sectors or investors that are currently present within this discussion? If you can actually maybe perhaps raise your hand, or I think for the sake of courtesy, I will just let go of this exercise. So one thing that I pretty much noticed was there needs to be an engagement and a recognition for the value that the creative arts and culture industry actually provides. So I think some of the things are pretty visible and can be seen. So what I would like to ask is, have there been any strategic engagements where this particular sector is actually engaged with other government stakeholders, for example, or other relevant stakeholders where they can actually come engage? For example, it could be different ministry or different sectors where they can actually leverage and show the value that the creative arts industry can literally provide, because as we know, certain nations actually view this as a point of investment and infrastructure. So I just wanted to ask if there are any strategic engagements And I think sometimes when we do see our discussions, it's actually an indictment to the value that we have given a certain discussion. So I just wanted to point that out as well. Thank you.
Thank you for this question. I think that, yeah, do you want to take it? Ayub? Go ahead.
I think you guys should be on the table as well here. You have a very valid point. And my friend over there, she talked about data, and also I want her question to be answered by the big boss. And when it comes to what you mentioned now, I think it would be nice, as you said, as you suggested, if you have any financial, big institutions, to actually have a comment and also to see their view. In terms of engagement, the government, always there is initiative to say, but it's very symbolic. Nothing that can actually make a difference for the creative sector so far, from my experience. It's always a struggle. Even in terms of tax, we get taxed in different ways that we've not expected to, because the industry itself is not studied properly. There's no proper study that can actually understand to create this system. And as she said, data, we have no data to actually show to the investors to make that feasibility study.
We have one question over here. Or comment? Comments, great.
Yes, thank you. I can't go without commenting on this issue because I've been managing tourism, arts and culture for almost 8 years. 7.5 years. I feel that there is a need to share some of my experience in trying to see how we can advance the animation industry in general. I think there are 3 things that needs to be done. I understand the gentleman was talking about Nigeria, how they develop their industry. Number 1, government must come out with strong legislation which backs a clear-cut policy directives with also regulations so as to avoid piracy and also to make some, you have a collection society that would collect royalties for musicians and artists. One of our biggest challenges today is our artists are being robbed of their work with little return for themselves. Unless there is a strong law, strong legislation from the state, they risk being impoverished for the rest of their life. And I think most of us, some of our countries and governments, have not had those laws in place. Collection of royalties is key. Avoidance of piracy is important. Having a strong legislation in place to make that work is number 1 that a government should take into. And then you come with the policy. Then the next thing is government must invest in this. The Nigerian government invested millions of dollars under the administration of Obasanjo into the cinema industry that led to what Nigerians are enjoying all over the world today. And I think as policymakers, as government, we need to think of really investing in the industry to enhance the achievement or some of the objective of the performance of those that are involved in this industry. The level of piracy in Africa cannot be sustained if we want our professionals in this field to succeed. We need to take some drastic measures to address it. Thank you.
Thank you. But you didn't tell us where you're from. You said Nigeria. You didn't tell us where you're from, and you said you work in the creative industry. You said you work in...
Where are you from?
I am the former Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture of the Gambia. I'm now the Minister of Lands, Regional Government and Religious Affairs in the Gambia.
Okay. Thank you. Can we get some kind of models that we can adapt from what you mentioned?
I can share my experience at any time you may request for it. I'm ready.
Thank you.
And this is...
I have an observation. I think the organizers of this conference have missed a very important point. We have not been given chance during the deliberations to comment or to make suggestions. Panelists speak, no question, no comments. you're missing a vast of knowledge and experience around this problem that has gone away. We don't turn panelists into lecturers. We turn them, they are there to share experience. And the same experience is tapped from members who are around this hall. And that was totally absent in all from yesterday and today. And I think in your future organizations, you need to make sure that intervention is given a space of time where people can come in and enrich the discussions that are on the panel there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Indeed, I think contributions and comments and questions from the floor are always welcome. This is why we've had one. And I think that this was very productive and constructive. We'll take one more because unfortunately, in the interest of time, I think we'll have to take one more before we close. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Yael and I'm from UNP Initiative. UNP Initiative is a scholarship, mentorship and guidance platform that has helped thousands of Ethiopian students secure scholarship opportunities abroad. And currently we have a community of over 54,000 students and young leaders across platforms. So primarily my job is I'm a scholarship mentor and also I'm an educational content creator. I'm also a CNN alumni. But one thing I can assure you is in this content creation industry, creating educational content is not for the weak because, you know, the industry is very much dominated by entertainment contents. And surpassing that and reaching our target audience is very much challenging when, you know, the attention of the youth is very much more focused on entertainment and fun contents. But I believe there are many youth out there who want to change their life through education and actually understand the value of opportunities. So today I'm using this opportunity to call out on initiatives, organizations, and other supporting partners who could give us the spotlight on what we are doing, especially it could be for YEP or other user-led initiatives, because this will help us build our credibility and also reach, because I believe in the power of digital content and its reach. It's very much easy to deliver your message and services through digital contents rather than physical reach. And so today I call out to you here, people, young African leaders and also those organizations to support such educational initiatives and programs that work on youth development by providing your platforms as spotlight to what we are doing and our previous impacts. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we can give her a round of applause. I think that was a very good way to close this Q&A session because this was a practical call to action, and this is also the reason why a platform like ABF is so needed, because you bring together different stakeholders, actors, whether from government or from financial institutions, and actual entrepreneurs and people on the ground who are fighting to be able to live of their passions, but not just passions, and also develop their businesses and the career opportunities they've set out to do. So thank you very much. This is, I think, unfortunately, the time to wrap up. I'm going to try to just summarize some of the things that were said. I think that we can all agree that there needs to be more synergy in the creative sector in terms of who can fund and believe in the sector from the beginning, from scratch, to be able to get onto this journey with creatives, with artists, with fashion designers who have a vision for themselves and are trying to implement it. Legislation is there but needs to be implemented. There needs to be more protection around IP, market access, skills and jobs, skills for creatives to also understand how to protect themselves better. Bankability requires ecosystem design, distribution channels, reliable payments, and governance, and capital must watch creative cash flow realities. That means being flexible, patient, and risk sharing. And of course, and I think our panelists have said it over and over during the session, investors have to see the value of this. They really have to understand that it's a soft power in a way. It is a soft sector because it creates and constructs narrative. It constructs an idea and an image for a country. But beyond that, it can create profit and revenue. And this is something that we hope all the attendees here have understood from our panelists. And that will be, I think, the last word for it. So thank you very much for following and for paying attention. And thank you to our brilliant panelists for sharing their experiences and telling us more about the creative ecosystem, or what we want to see as a creative ecosystem in Ethiopia. Thank you.
And a round of applause, please, for your moderator, Hanan Ferjani, for taking us to the finishing line almost in what is the last panel for ABF 2026. Now, as they take the obligatory family photo for this panel, one of the standout moments, I think, for this year's ABF has been the activation of the jobs wall of commitment. So now I'd like to invite to give us an update on how we've done with commitments and what the next steps are. Please give a warm round of applause for the Chief of Staff to the Executive Secretary of the ECA, Mr. Aboubakry Diaw.
Thank you. Yesterday I was introducing to you the Jobs World's commitment. You remember we said yesterday that Africa doesn't lack initiatives. Africa lacks implementation and tracking. And this is why we started this initiative of the Jobs World's commitment that will help us to track the commitments, to look at what are the challenges and how things are improving. When we presented it yesterday, we had only 2 commitments from 2 institutions about trainings and jobs. Let's see today if, after few hours online, if the jobs wall has improved. I think I need a commitment from the team that the jobs wall will be online. So we had 2 commitments yesterday, Sweden and Google, but I see now we have 4 additional commitments, including 1 country, Sudan, that committed to train 10,000 youth this year. So I think we can really clap for them and then look at how things are moving. So just to update you on this, and this will be online on our website for the next few months, years, and let's say even forever, because for us it's the best way to track the commitment. We said that we have a lot of commitments, a lot of, engagement that countries are having. Sudan wanted to react? Sorry, South Sudan. Thank you, South Sudan, for the precision. So I was saying that this tool will help us to track commitments on jobs creation, on trainings that will be leading to jobs, and on projects that will be addressing the challenges that we were mentioning since yesterday. How we can connect the policies, how we can connect the capital with the end states of jobs creation, especially for youth and women. So the tool will be online. You can go online and check regularly what are the progresses, and then we will keep tracking how things are moving. So you have the QR code that are displayed there. Continue and then go on the website, make your commitments, and we'll continue working with you and your teams on how we ensure that the commitment that we are making on jobs are really implemented, because this is one of the gaps that we felt was really lacking. So thank you for the commitment, and thanks you for keeping the jobs wall live. And I think that would be one of the innovations that we'll be pushing for And yeah, let's update from time to time, but don't hesitate to go on the website and check what are the new commitments and how we are advancing the common agenda of creating jobs for youth and creating jobs for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Abu, for that very important messages. Something, it's not just talk here, it's also walk, there's action, and there are new platforms being created to connect opportunities, jobs, capital, and capacity. Now, we've come to the close of this year's Africa Business Forum, and we've traveled from youth enterprise to capital allocations, from corridors and value chains to agribusiness to design, and from industrial platforms to Afrofuturism, as we were just talking about in the innovation economy. But one thread has run through everything that is clear. Africa's youth economy is an investable asset class. And in this forum, anchored in the jobs wall, as you've just described, and ECA's delivery cycle, is part of a continuous system to move capital from promise to impact. So, to formally close our deliberations, it is my pleasure to invite His Excellency, Mr. Claver Gatete, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, to deliver his closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know where to start, but let me start by thanking Mark. I think we were together last year. We are learning as we go. This is not traditionally our field of specialization, and that's why we are learning together. And you've really helped us in terms of moving this last year and this year, and we have to work together to see how we can improve continuously. I think the point that was mentioned also by our colleague, which I personally also saw, and in most of the events, this usually don't happen, and sometimes it's caused by so many things we pack together, which is our mistake. I would say, not looking at the time, usually when you have the panelists, you always have the audience, which is quite big. And you always also need ideas and questions for clarification from the audience. So the point you made, which is very important, we also saw it. It is something that, as we move forward, where we try to reduce the number of panels, but we can have an interactive discussion on specific topics so that by the time we go home, the people who came here as the delegates will go back saying, at least I got one or two things. But the interaction is the most important. So we really thank you very much for raising it. Many other people have raised it, and we have also seen it. So that's a fact, which is something that also we take seriously and we take forward. I want to thank all the moderators who are here. They really have helped us in terms of shaping the questions so that people can understand what is going on. And of course, the organizers, those that were running around, not forgetting those who were preparing some of the food that we are eating, and others who had some kind of things to show us of what works here in the Africa Hall. And holding it here is something very historical, because as you see, these are the people in 1963 who sat here. Downstairs, there is even a podium that they were using, debating, and also establishing the OAU, the Organization of African Unity. Because they are looking at Africa as actually like the way you would call United States of America, together, and helping the countries that are getting independence so that you can be one continent that is more harmonized, that is integrated, that's going to be prosperous. And that's why we'll keep really holding it here as a reminder that we need to do things differently. So for you, Yeah, thank you very much. I'll spend more time on the creative industry. But I wanted just to say, we chose this topic of jobs because this is very serious at this point in time. It is very serious because everybody knows if we want to change, if we want to improve, we have to invest heavily in education. Okay, now we say the youth are the largest number, 70%, and it's going to be really, some people, the numbers are not yet correct, but almost, if you want to see 1 in 4 by 2050, is going to become an African. Some of the developed countries, the numbers are declining. Either they are not moving up, they are stagnant, or they are moving down. And the whole world, as we integrate, it will need young people. And those are in Africa. There's no doubt about it, about the demographic dividend. And you can go to any event, everybody will say it in different ways. But they will say the demographic dividend. That one we know. And then we knew education was so important. We are educating so many. Although, of course, the way we educate sometimes is not maybe somehow consistent with the jobs that are on the market. Because there is what we inherited in terms of the curricula, and then you find someone who is doing an industry, who has an industry in the next door, what they are teaching and what they need in the industry may not necessarily conform each other. But also in the most cases, we train at the highest level, but when you come to below level, then you don't see so many things. When I was working in the government of Canada, one thing I learned was that we need more people at the lower levels. Those who have technical skills, and not necessarily those with PhDs and masters, those are necessary, but in terms of numbers, we need more below them who are technical. The electrician, the plumbers, the other people who are, these are the masses. If you go on any construction company, you may find one engineer who is a university graduate. The rest will be so many with other kind of skills. So in terms of making sure that we grow our economies, we need all the skills. And that's why the technical and vocational education becomes very critical. But every young person wants to go all the way. Everybody wants to go all the way. Now, we have educated so many people. Okay, at the end of the day, we never put emphasis on the jobs. And now, when I say this is very important, it is now touching on the political aspect. Most countries, most heads of state, most policymakers are now getting worried. There are so many, they are graduating, they have the rights, they have the degrees, they don't have jobs. Now, initially it was not a big problem because they didn't have information on how government works and everything. But now there is social media, there is technology. They have the same information as you who is in the government. So that means, really, it is scary because in this day and age, you can't use political language. You can't tell them otherwise. Either there is a job or there is a trouble. And that's why we are looking at this one as something that is very serious. It's not just coming to another conference and just talking in nice statements and then you leave the next year. You can even bring the same statement that you made this year and everybody will clap. They will think it is something new because you've sat down, written your speech very well in a way that is going to impress the audience, and then you go and nothing happens. So we found this gap that is there, that we need really to think seriously about jobs. Most of our team here, they are economists. They are very smart, they know how to do it, but when it comes to specialty of the jobs, we are also learning because we want to make a difference. And that's why we picked this job area, to really go in and understand it. What are the jobs that we are talking about? Let me just give you, maybe on this creative industry that everybody was talking about. For me, I really had maybe the first hint was when I was in high school in Uganda. I'm sure the guy from Uganda, I grew up in Uganda, that's where I did my high school, in Mbara High School and Chitovu. And when I was doing my master's, I had my colleague who was there, who was taking music, dance, and drama. And to show you how bad it is, the NBD in Uganda, they used to call it Musiru Dara Dara. So maybe the other guy can explain. It's like someone who is really backward, who really can never, you've given up on your life, kind of. So the way we are talking about music, the way you are talking about creative industries, there is one thing that you are all missing. And it is, I don't know how to say it. Because when we were preparing this and I was seated, it was our team, is Marian, I don't know where she is. And we were talking, everybody was coming, when we brought this one item on the agenda, they were talking about creative industries and I was asking many questions. No matter what you ask, everybody was coming back to Betty. I didn't know who Betty is, but everybody was coming back to Betty. That if she's good, she's wonderful and all that. I said, oh, this person who is more popular than anybody else, I think he needs to come here. But then, as you know that in our own culture, whether it is a wedding, you need someone, musician. You need someone who's going to sing. You need someone who's going to do something. When the politicians are campaigning for their own job, then they cannot do without them because they are the ones who bring the crowd. Anywhere you want to go, you cannot do without them. And then when I look at the way we treat it, if you ask every parent, do you want your child to go to music or to these creative industries? Very few would say yes. But the majority would say, why don't you do engineering, do law, do medicine, do all these things? But then at the end of the day, we need them. In every event, we need them. Okay? Now you wonder what's wrong. There's something that is wrong. And I could see that the way they attract the audience, I can tell you that if I may go to any country, nobody would notice. But if someone like Davido from Nigeria goes there, even me who stayed here know that he went. Someone like Diamond from Tanzania or Chameleon from Uganda, if he's stepping here, everybody will know. But if I come here, I just come and I find some people waiting, I just go like anybody. Nobody notices that I'm even around. These are very, very important people. And now, one thing that we missed in this whole discussion is the change of perception. The change of perception that this is something that can be done by anybody. And nobody has these kind of skills. I tried when I was in the government, and I was ambassador, and I was also accredited to Jamaica. I think that's where I found the best model because I was looking for a good model for our country who had started a ministry of youth and culture, and they wanted to add creative industries. But they wanted to know exactly how to do it. And Jamaica starts with the kids when they are in kindergarten to identify what are your talents. And then they accompany you all the way. But for us, it's like everybody who has grown up, I'm sure Betty may have been the same, she may have been the one who created herself to be who she is. I can almost guarantee that there was no support from primary school, from high school, all the way up to now. So when we started this, then we started saying, oh, there are people in the films. There are people who are singers. There are people who are doing this. There are people who are doing this. How do we encourage them? How do we bring them together? And now we created a ministry under them in Rwanda at the time. And I saw 2 weeks ago, they have something called National Dialogue. And one of the people, singers, they were talking about things which I would say I'm not an expert, I don't understand them, on the frustration because they cannot not get a return out of their music because of the way the YouTube and others, the payment system that happens, that requires that member of your country should be able to do a lot of commercials. The more commercials, the more this person can be able to get some money. I don't understand the mechanics of it, but they were showing the frustration. And I could see it was brought in a national dialogue where the whole country, all the ministers, the whole government is there, and we are trying to find a solution. And I could see they are taking this thing very seriously. But this is an area that is so important, where we have the skills as Africans, where we can compete with anyone. Even when you hear that in America it is taking off, you'll find most of them originate from Africa. So, and there are many of them that are there. Econ is one of them. And so many others, they are mainly originating from Africa. We have that skill. But why don't we cash in on this? What do we need to do? What do we need to change? This is an area that is more than just a discussion. I think we need to find a way, and we as ECA, since we know that this area is very, very impactful, we are going to focus on it. We are not experts. We are also learning as you do, but we have to do it together with you. And this is something we cannot just simply ignore. The same way that we cannot ignore the jobs. Because in jobs, everybody who studied a long time ago would think that you're going to work for government. But then we realize now, as everybody has said, jobs are created either by government, by big companies, by SMEs, and SMEs creates a big chunk of them. Okay, the SMEs, how do they start? You finish your university or your college, technical, and you want to go into this area. But you don't know much. If you have an innovation, who helps you? And then how do we incubate you? Because if you hire people, you must know something about finance. You must know something about management. You must know something about marketing and so forth. The basics. How do you accompany you? And since you don't have collateral, where do you get the money to start? Do you have to get it from your parents? Can't we look at the whole value chain on how to incubate, on how to accompany? And that's why you have all the stakeholders that have money. We have the philanthropists who are here. We have the governments. We have the financial institutions. We have so many other partners. And that's why they were talking today. And then you find that what is lacking is really coming up with a way that these things come together. You'll find a Rumero is training some people somewhere, youth. Okay, you've done a very good job. You've trained 1,000. Where do they go? What do they do? Another one is training somewhere else. Where do they go? But here we want to create a whole roadmap on how to develop this talent that you have, or develop your product, your innovation. And then we accompany you right from the beginning. We do the incubation, and then you start a job, and we say which finances are going to, that can help you, and then how do you follow it up to make sure that the company takes off. And then slowly by slowly, it can be on its own. But what's lacking is that we don't have information. We are not linked together. We don't know who is doing what. We don't know who finances what, even the startups. We don't know who has a good idea. We don't know any, these things, the data, the information is not connected. And that's a big problem, and that's what we can put together to understand the whole value chain, to understand what is there, what do you need to do, who does what, who finances what, who's looking. So everybody is struggling. If you're a philanthropy, you are struggling. I was with the both of Mo Ibrahim Foundation. It is like, who do I help to have an impact? You don't have information. The financial institutions who want also to make money, they have no information. The young people who are coming up with new ideas, they don't have information who can help. They only know their governments. And also their governments, their priorities of the governments are so many. So who is going to put the whole picture together? It is us. And that's why we want to load data, information, success stories that have happened so that we put it on the website. Now with the era of technology, you should be able to be in a rural area in Zimbabwe and be able to log in and check and say, oh, so this person helps investors who are in agriculture, in the rural areas who have good ideas, and this is the contact that I can call, so that you can now start a conversation on how to move forward on that. So we want to make sure that we put the whole picture together, rather than just having here experiences. And we are doing it not only for individuals. Now, just to give you one example, when we went to Botswana, we had a treaty with the government. And one of the things that we found that was so important, they had mastered the art of producing beef. The whole traceability, from the time a calf is born to the time it goes to the slaughterhouse, you can get all the information. So that now, this time, because of that traceability and the institution they have put in place, they are among the two that export to the European market. Actually, they get 50% over and above in Norway because of the quality and the way they do it. Only that it is not enough. But at the end of the day, we found that actually they don't do anything with the skin. And when we visited the plants here in Addis Ababa, we went with some of our colleagues that are here. And we say, okay, we want to understand the leather value chain, how it is done. There is a sheep, there is a goat, there is also the cow. And then how they mix it, we went through it until the final product, where we can see the shoes, where we can see the handbags, where we can see the leather jackets, and also package it to the final, just going straight to the market. Those who are going to, those ones were going to Japan and Hong Kong. Others were going to Macy's. And this is done in the whole very good value chain. But today in Ethiopia, did not have the beef value chain. So what we did is, we told the people in Botswana to come and see what they are doing here, and the people in Ethiopia to go and see what they do in terms of beef value chain. And just to give you the irony, is that we're working with Badea, and in the Middle East, they want as much beef as possible. Where do they get it from? From Brazil, from New Zealand, from Australia. And yet Africa is next door. And when we went to check how many countries have livestock, it's almost every country on the continent. And then you wonder, this is where the jobs will be coming from, where you have the beef value chain, you have the leather value chain, you have the milk value chain where you can have so many products out of the milk. We know it, we studied it in school, but how do we do it? And then there are other people who have money to do it. I remember Sidi, who is the president of the African Development Bank, was saying, I can pay any money if there is a private sector interested. But then, of course, the people who know about that information is me and him, because he is telling me, and I'm not an investor. So I'm just giving you an example of how disconnected we are, and there is something bothering you, but you don't know who to talk to. You don't know who to inform. If you ask any financial institution, AFC, TDB, and others, they will tell you how many they finance and all that, but okay, what's the link? Where can I get all this information you are talking about? It's nowhere. You can't get it. And that's why when it comes to jobs, it doesn't matter whether it is high-tech jobs, which are very useful, whether it is massive jobs like textiles or others, it is, and the SMEs, we need to have a way that everybody, in each one of you, would come to another conference having seen what is there and coming up with ideas on how this can be improved. Because this is so important that we have no other choice. We have to create jobs. Otherwise, there's no growth. We are now going to discuss, during the Conference of Ministers in Morocco and Tangier in March, we're going to be discussing on how the contribution of all these emerging technologies, there are many of them. We have done research across the whole continent, and data, how they are contributing to economic growth, so that we can understand that sector in terms of those high-tech jobs and how they can be able to impact the growth of our country. But if we don't diversify and create jobs in all different areas, if we don't have a formula, we'll keep talking about jobs, and we'll keep using the same speech, nothing changes. Either you create jobs, if you're not creating jobs, you only talk about jobs. And really, this is not helpful. We have to really go beyond the talking, and that's why we are trying to figure out a way that this Africa Business Forum makes sense. We have a market. We have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area that we mentioned. It is there. It's a market. Yes, we are removing all the barriers, the tariffs, the non-tariff barriers, providing infrastructure, looking at the ports and the corridors and how to make them efficient. And also we are trying to see how to add value. The reason why you always hear regional value chain is because we are industrializing. We are creating industries that will process what we produce rather than exporting them in raw content. And that's why we are talking about the regional value chain. There are many in agriculture, in minerals, in everything, you'll find them there. But we want to make sure that this one here, there is a way how to create industries and also create massive jobs. And then also look at the problems of investment, which is a risk perception, and say, well, how can I de-risk? What are the guarantees? Last time they challenged me because they said, FTB will finance. That's no problem. It's an African who is heading that. Afrexim Bank is headed by an African for anything that has to do with the trade. The World Bank, at that point, there was Victoria Kwakwa from Ghana, who was the one in charge of that region. He said, I'm ready to participate as World Bank to use that money in the regional value chain. And then at the same time, there was the head of IFC, is from Senegal. So he said, I'm ready to participate and provide even guarantees. Okay, now it's my job to go and look for the people. So that's why I want to say, now we know exactly how to do it. It is now doing it, bringing the private sector to encourage them, trying to see who is going to de-risk, and then others, the cost, once you de-risk, the cost of money will be low, and we mobilize all the others. We are saying, how do we coordinate ourselves to make sure that they can be able to now take on the big investment? So now we have everything in our hands. The rest is in how to be coordinated and also learn how the SMEs, who someone was talking about 80%, they are more than 80%. All the jobs in terms of that are being created, mainly they are in those kind of areas by the SMEs, which are also at different levels. The small one, the medium ones, and all that. These are the ones that are creating jobs. But that area is very complicated, and that's why we want to study it. And for us, we don't want to make sure that we have Africa Business Forum, that's just another event because it's happening at the sidelines of the African Union Summit. No. We want to see, does it add value? Does it make sense? Because if you want any event of this kind, anybody is holding them. You'll find them everywhere on the continent. But we want to sit together with you, and you can give us advice on how we can do this one better. So that what we do, when you come here next time, we are not just coming to talk about another topic. We also want to make sure we have put something. We have established a system that's going to give you information, that is going to really address some of the issues that you are talking about here. So, but we want to be with you in terms of partnership, so that as we move forward, we can really feel that we've done something. Otherwise, it will be a talk show. And this one, you can do it anywhere. We don't need to have it here. And we can do our job as economists and support the member countries, but we are not supporting you. And we need to support you. And that's why we created this kind of forum for us to be able to discuss. We really thank the honorable ministers and others who have come here, because you've taken your time, and also others from other agencies, and the people that we invited that came right away with no questions asked, because we need your ideas. Yes, we are Economic Commission for Africa, but in this area, you are the ones, you are the practitioners. You are the ones who understand better than us. But for us, we want to understand this as economists and put it in different perspective and be able to influence, exactly speaking on your behalf, so that we can influence other partners that we work with, so that they understand it better. They can understand it better if we understand it ourselves. So that's why we don't come here as experts. We come here as partners with you to learn, understand, and see how together we can be able to make a difference. And I believe if we stick together, definitely the landscape will change, and we'll be working together as partners. We'll take all the people that we invited here as partners, and then from there, together, we can bring in many more, but also we can learn together. I believe we can make a huge difference, and I want to thank you very much for being here. I look forward to also seeing you coming here next year. Thank you so much, and thank you, everyone.
Mr. Claver Gatete, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Sir, with your passionate words, we conclude a brilliant Africa Business Forum 2026, but the networking continues. You are now cordially invited to join us for tea and coffee at the ABF Knowledge Fair and Exhibition area downstairs. I've been your MC, Mark Edo, signing off now. See you down there, and see you next year.